Mayor, we're now live.
Okay, thank you so much. Good evening, everybody. It is Monday, December 7th at 5:02 p.m. I'd like to call this special meeting of the Palo Alto City Council to order. If the clerk would please take the roll.
Councilmember Cormack. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Here.
Councilmember Filseth.
Here.
Mayor Fine.
Here.
Councilmember Nis. Councilmember Ku.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
5 present.
Thank you so much. Our first order of the night is a conference, 2 closed session items. Number 1 is a conference with labor negotiators, Utilities Management and Professional Association of Palo Alto. And the second is also city attorney existing litigation, ABG-PACT owner versus City of Palo Alto et al. Case number 19CV352355. And the rest is written there in the agenda. Let's please go first to members of the public who may wish to speak to these items.
Any members of the public that wish to speak to the closed session on labor negotiations or the existing litigation, please raise your hand. At this time, I have Rebecca Eisenberg to be followed by William Ross. Rebecca, go ahead.
Thank you. So I will be speaking about number 2, the existing litigation. So I read the complaint, and I understand that it's litigation from, I'm just paraphrasing, summarizing, because I have 1 minute and 45 seconds to get this out, that the owner of the building that used to have the College Terrace grocery store is suing, alleging that, among other things, that the city council has behaved capriciously and arbitrarily by enforcing its municipal code against this building owner. And although I think that the case lacks merit, and that I hope that City Council insists on enforcing the fines and penalties which were appropriately issued. I do think that this case brings up a really important point, that it does sometimes appear that the City Council views the law as something political. In other words, at times when the City Council perceives that there is community support for enforcing the law, the city council enforces the law, such as in this case. But at times when maybe some powerful individuals, wealthy individuals, campaign donors are not in favor of enforcing the law, the city council does not enforce the law, such as in the case of Castellea. And as long as the city council has this kind of inconsistent, what it appears to be kind of politically driven and financially motivated, and the perception is that way, are kind of not inconsistent enforcement, I think that there will be lawsuits like this. So I urge the city council to refund the Department of Inspections and Enforcement, and to enforce and inspect and assess penalties and fines against all breakers of code. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next and final speaker is William Ross.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. I've read the complaint also, the petition and the answer. I'm familiar with Mr. Lamferman and Ms. Roy. They represent local government well. But in this case, I'd have to say the city has a strong position. It's also strong because the current petitioner, and as successor to the original owner, didn't raise many of the issues in this petition in the proceeding when the PC was enacted, whether it's characterized as quasi-legislative or quasi-adjudicatory. I think the city should support this, meaning strongly contest this litigation. I was a member of the 2108 Advisory Committee. If you don't take this stance, then it really casts a shadow on your ability to get balanced groups to participate, to reach a consensus, to come before the council, to recommend a solution like the 2180 group did. In other words, all your policies about enforcing the comprehensive plan and public participation are thrown by the wayside simply because you get a strong legal challenge. Those of us that have seen the proposed lease with the tenant in this instance also would raise an issue about whether there's really good faith and fair dealing on behalf of the current owner. Is he setting it up with this new tenant so that they're going to fail because of the obligations this tenant has to assume? I would hope not. In any event, I would strongly recommend that you pursue the position of the city, and if there's any doubt about it, seek a peer review concerning the city's position. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. That's our final speaker, Mayor.
Okay, thank you to both our speakers. Returning to council and entertaining motions on closed session for items 1 and 2. Please hit your hands or just speak up.
I'll move we go into closed session.
A motion by Vice Mayor Du Bois. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Philseth. Okay, thank you. I don't think we need any discussion, so just going down alphabetically, those present. Vice Mayor Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Philseth.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Nis is not here. Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Okay, that passes on a 5-0 vote with 2 absent. We'll now go into closed session. We are scheduled to be there for 2 hours, so about until 7 p.m. Thank you all so much.
Eric's video reminds me of Field of Dreams.
Kind of ghostly.
He put a teddy bear up there.
A teddy bear? Is that what that is?
It's a white, off-white teddy bear.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah,
Maybe it looks like Casper the Friendly Ghost.
it does. There you go.
Oh, there it is.
Hello again.
Hello.
Once we have a quorum, let's get started again and just confirming with the clerk that we are live.
Yes, we are.
Thanks. Tom, you have so many photos of the garage. Okay. I see council members Phil, Seth, and Tanaka joined in. If you guys would hit your video when you get a chance. The council member and Nis will join us momentarily. And once we have 4 on video, let's get started. Okay, great. Thank you. We have 4. Let's reconvene. So council returns from closed session items 1 and 2 with no reportable action. Let's please move on to our study session on community and economic recovery strategies and engagement. Item number 3. As I understand, staff doesn't have a presentation. This is largely continuation of what we discussed last week after the panel. and kind of the 4 pillars or circles of staff's proposal to work on economic recovery in Palo Alto. But wanted to give us all another opportunity for any remaining questions or comments or motions, if they be. But if we can save some time on this and move forward to the more important items, particularly I'd point out number 14, a discussion of the county health orders and seasonal events may be more fruitful for us than focusing on this. With that, Mr. City Manager, any comments?
No, just thank you for the setup, Mayor. We do have the slides from last week and a few supplements if it's helpful for the discussion, but otherwise happy to receive the council's comments. I would note, as I shared with the Mayor and Vice Mayor this morning, I think we're in something of a phase of taking the concepts that we presented to you last session and being able to get your feedback on what's there and perhaps what's missing, and suspect that in our next step, it will involve some return by staff for discussion by the council of priorities and effectively what can we do within our resources, as well as how best to leverage the engagement of others, and also time frame under which action would occur. So I think we welcome your feedback on the examples that we've already shared with you, and expect that we'll hear some other thoughts. But again, recognize that hopefully this is all leading us toward some level of distillation down to immediate actions that we, on behalf of the city staff, could take on, and again, would involve others. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. And so just reinforcing that to my colleagues, there's a lot in flight in terms of economic, community, and health, public health support here. But there's also questions of priorities, and everything we add, we should be aware of doesn't knock something else off. Okay, let's go to our members of the public who may wish to speak to item number 3.
Any members of the public that wish to speak to the study session on community and economic recovery strategies, please raise your hand or dial *9 on your phone. Our first speaker is William Ross, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg.
Good evening.
Go ahead, Mr. Ross.
Okay. Good evening. I didn't hear all of the last session, but I would assume at some point there would be some check of all city contracts requiring goods to be purchased that they deem that the situs for purpose of sales tax is the city of Palo Alto. Likewise, with respect to improvement agreements accomplished with respect to the capital improvement projects on and any development contracts for improvement, I would also assume that those contracts contain provisions that indicate that all purchases of goods necessary for the performance of those contracts have a situs for sales tax determination of the city of Palo Alto. They don't make steel anymore in California. So that would also impact the city's share of use tax. Finally, I think there should be some consideration of attracting a special district to headquarters in Palo Alto, because then you could utilize the State Board of Equalization rule, which would contract the area for share of use tax transaction reimbursement. I looked at the PowerPoints that were provided before. That was not something that was advanced. You have a lot of Class A office space now. Palo Alto, Mid-Peninsula Open Space District is the type of special district that would come to mind. Thank you. I don't think those perfunctory maybe things have been raised and examined about the city's own contracting practices to assure a higher sales tax allocation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. And our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Rebecca, go ahead.
Thank you so much for this time. First of all, I want to thank William Ross, and once again, second time in a row this meeting. I fully agree with Mr. Ross. I think that you all should follow up with him. I think the idea of a special use district sounds incredible and fantastic. And if he knows how to get that done, I hope you don't let that opportunity go to waste. So I actually was going to talk about this contract, so I'm glad that he mentioned that. In addition to what Mr. Ross said, I also think you should try to the extent possible, use employees over consultants for whatever efforts you make with this and everything else, so that the money doesn't leave the district. As Mr. Ross was pointing out, I also think that to the extent that a special district or otherwise might allow you to finally put in place what every other city has, which is a tax on the large and very profitable businesses to help pay for measures necessary to support the small businesses. Now would be the best time in the world, better than ever, to do that. As you know, the tax on big businesses in Mountain View, taxes mostly Google, the tax on big businesses in East Palo Alto, taxes mainly Amazon. Those are two extraordinarily profitable companies, and some of the proceeds have been used to help the small businesses. Additionally, I think we need to be cautious about our other expenditures, such as the $3.5 million that may or may not be reimbursable with regard to the airport that you're going to discuss later. And, finally, since I now subscribe to a number of mailing lists that the state of California has put out, I've been seeing that there are a number of state programs that are providing grants to help communities with issues like small businesses. Please take advantage of some of this free money and look into applying. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eisenberg. Any other members of the public that wish to speak to this item, please raise your hand or dial *9 on your phone. Mayor Fine, there's no other speakers.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to both of our speakers. We now return to council. Please hit your hand if you have any comments or questions on this item or motions. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, seeing nobody else raising their hands. I just wondered if staff could comment and maybe explain further this idea of concentrating a district to get higher sales tax allocation. I wasn't sure exactly what was being proposed there. Did staff understand that?
So I'm not quite sure I'm understanding the special district specifically in terms of that verbiage. There are things that the city can do and we have done. For example, when there are large development projects, we coordinate with the developers that any purchases or materials or goods, as the public commenter had said, are reported in Palo Alto. And so that's called a use tax. And so we have done that. A good example would be Stanford Hospital or Children's Hospital. And so all of the materials and goods that were purchased associated with that were reported in Palo Alto. So we received the sales tax for that. There are things called foreign trade zones, which have different use tax, and that might be what the public commenter is referring to. And that would be a certain status. For example, the city of San Jose has that. And so that, depending on the business, may be something to explore. I'm not, to be honest, I'd have to look into that one further.
There's nothing we can do. So it doesn't relate to the allocation of sales tax for online purchases. I mean, is there a way to increase your concentration in an area, maybe increase that amount?
Sure. So obviously, as we talked about last week, to the extent our quote brick and mortar or our specific city allocation, or rather revenues associated or gross receipts associated with sales tax, does impact our county pool. So to the extent we have development and we have those contractors allocating their purchases to Palo Alto, that absolutely does help our share. And, as you look at the full kind of picture of the pooled tax allocation. But these specifically don't necessarily amend what we had talked about previously, which is the legal guidelines at the state level in terms of how that pool is calculated. It would just change our specific behavior, which
Got
is
it.
a good thing, but
Okay. Yeah, and just for my colleagues that weren't on the finance committee, the amount of money you get from sales online, there's a state allocation, and it's allocated by how much brick and mortar you have in your city. And so as shopping shifts online, that's obviously going to break at some point, but it's going to be a highly political issue. So as we lose physical retail, we actually lose our share of our online sales tax as well, currently. The one thing I just wanted to touch on this item, kind of following on from last week, was started to talk about neighborhood outreach. I think, again, we should really look at how we leverage our neighborhood associations in PAN, and this has been kind of a very slow year for them. And so, really looking at what steps we could do to maybe kind of reinvigorate that. We've talked in the past about how could the city officially work with some of these well-established neighborhood associations. I think that's worth looking at again. Along with that, we cut a lot in our budget, including our block grants programs. And again, that wasn't a lot of money. And so maybe it's one of the things we could look at restoring and see how that could be used in kind of depending where we are with COVID in a safe way. And then the final thing was kind of related to mental health in a way. We started to talk a little bit about arts and events, performances, and again, really thinking about in 2021, how can we resume some of these things? Certainly other parts of the country have gone to like car-based entertainment. We don't necessarily have space for that unless we maybe use some of Stanford's land on El Camino or something. But just really thinking about some of our more traditional events. How could we bring some of those back in a safe way under COVID? Maybe virtual, maybe there are other ways to do some of these things. And, we have to think about the different arts groups that we support, like the theater. All these businesses are very challenged. And, if we lose some of those, they're going to be very hard to get back as well. So I just want us to think more broadly beyond kind of restaurants and retail stores to, some of these other activities. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Ness.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, if I could comment or follow up on Vice Mayor Du Bois' comments. Actually, I did want to acknowledge that as a part of the ongoing discussion with the county on that first bubble, managing through the pandemic, it may present an opportunity for covering the first item that the Vice Mayor pointed out related to our neighborhood associations. There's been some discussion, and I think the council members may have heard also today a reference to the establishment of an ambassadors academy or program that would increase direct communication to members of the community and in particular leaders in the community around managing the pandemic and everything from testing, tracing, current information on the status of infections and vaccines and the like. So we've had perhaps some discussion, and while we had last time set up the discussion of engagement around recovery, it could actually present itself to be an immediate opportunity for that engagement. So just wanted to note that.
Thank you. Councilmember Ness.
A question really for Ed. I think we used to work a lot more closely with the Chamber of Commerce involving our smaller businesses. And I think that's kind of frayed. Do you want to comment on that? Because it seems as though San Mateo is still doing well with theirs. I think Mountain View is still doing well with theirs. Is there something that happened along the way with all of us that I don't know about?
Well, to be blunt, I think what we found is that the chamber has really, I'd say, lost much of its resources, and as such is not as actively engaged and have the bandwidth to do much in terms of partnering, to the extent that partnering requires follow-up activity, outreach, direct engagement, and program delivery. So I think that that's an unfortunate state of affairs, but clearly contributed to limited interaction. I mean, the interaction's there, but again, unfortunately, their ability to do much proactively.
So as our small businesses essentially have fewer and fewer resources, this is what is happening. I don't know what keeps them going in San Mateo County, but I think Google contributes pretty substantially in Mountain View, and maybe LinkedIn in Sunnyvale. But it's too bad not to have some sort of background kind of organization that especially the small businesses can use for support. My thoughts.
Thanks, Councilmember. Any other comments on this? Councilmember Ku.
I just, so a lot of what Vice Mayor had mentioned, especially with the car-based kind of activities and events, I would think that I'd like to suggest and also recommend that, we do have some larger parking lots like the one at the airport on the golf course that could potentially be utilized, especially now when we have earlier evenings. The end of the daylight, it's earlier, so it could end a movie or something to that, whatever car-based event could end early by 10 or before 10. And I agree, we do have the neighborhood associations and neighborhood, they're already available. So utilizing them as the ambassadors might even be worthwhile to explore. And then this is more immediate, and I'm not sure if it might be a little bit too late for this year's holiday gifting. But, I've been kind of going around looking to our own retail here in town. And, after a while, I started thinking, if only we had one, a consolidated gift card that would allow a person who purchases it to go to eat to any of the downtown retail stores. And I was wondering if that might have been something that, I don't know if it's too late to implement and too late to suggest and bring forward participating entrepreneurs or sole proprietors. That might be something where, I know Stanford Shopping Mall used to have it, where they would have main general gift coupon, and you can go to any store to use it. So I was just wondering if that might be something that can be considered to implement and to maybe help some of the different retailers. And we wouldn't have to specifically just go to one bookstore or, use that coupon for a particular business. That's all. That's more tactical than strategic. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Ku. Councilmember Tanaka.
I want to ask, so I think the plan is to start to reopen the streets again for California Avenue and University Avenue. Is that right?
Yes, depends on your perspective. Reopen to vehicle traffic, so to cars.
Yeah.
Yes.
Has any thought been given about, like, we've had the summer streets. It's had some pretty good success. I think the restaurants on the street have generally liked it. The ones not on the street who didn't get the benefit from it definitely had less excitement for that. I guess has staff started thinking about longer term in terms of how to like carry some of the benefits that we got forward? Maybe some of those ballers to go up and down, so it allows more flexibility. Also, like, some restaurants have made some major investments in their parklet, right? just to play it forward in terms of how do we make this, pedestrian friendly and vibrant, yet, meet some more of the needs of the fact that there does need to be car parking somewhere and through traffic or one-way streets. What's staff's state of that right now?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for the question. It's really timely, and probably more so than we realized when we wrote this report. We included as one of the priorities what we call the redesign of University Avenue in particular. I do think that the issues around University are more complex than Cal Ave, but perhaps just starting with that. I actually just today received from one of our downtown stakeholders a rendering that Mr. Schenk of Thoit's Brothers has invested in doing a rendering of what a concept like that could look like. And if council members haven't received it, I'll go ahead and forward it to the full council and certainly to the public that illustrates what exactly, council member, you're describing, where bollards could be used to very quickly open and close the streets in ways that avoid what's currently a really labor-intensive exercise that makes it really prohibitive for us to do that on even a week by week, or as bollards could be really on a multiple times a day potentially manner, and that would allow the streets to be open and closed for times of high pedestrian activity or not. So from a staff perspective, we appreciate the initiative that Mr. Schenk showed in being able to demonstrate what it could look like. We really see a great opportunity there. There's clearly multiple needs along University, and as such, a concept like that could be really helpful for us to be able to adapt to those variety of needs at different times of day and week. So we're very, very interested in it, and if the council is as well, we would see that as a potential very good priority. It is, as you point out, Councilmember, thinking longer term, because infrastructure like that would take some time both to plan as well as ultimately to deliver via construction, but this is the right time. And in fact, if I could just take another minute, just to acknowledge, we did have a discussion this afternoon with a few downtown businesses based on the really devastating situation that they're now confronting in the additional restrictions related to the pandemic. And the one comment that I think resonated quite well is that this is the time for us to start thinking long term, and to be able to, while working through today's emergency, start really focusing our attention on what the long-term strategy is for continued vibrancy, both downtown, Cal Ave, and citywide.
So what can staff do to kind of advance this idea? Because I think from the residents' point of view, I think a lot of people really like the summer streets, right? I think that was fairly successful. As I said, the other business is a little bit more mixed. Retail definitely more mixed. How do we carry this forward so that we could take the knowledge and learnings from the experiment and try to carry it forward to something a little bit more permanent?
Yeah, so subject to discussion tonight, staff will take it back and say, let's get working on it. We also do want, as soon as we can, getting past the current surge in the pandemic, to be able to get back to the short-term closures where it makes sense, and again, really start working directly on longer-term strategies.
Okay. The other thing that, and it's not really relevant now because of the current shutdown, but prior to that, a lot of the restaurant owners have talked to me about the concept of a tip wage credit. And the idea behind this is, and it's done in other places. So right now, like waiters or front of house workers, they get tips, and a lot of times the tips way exceed what the minimum wage is. But the back of house doesn't necessarily get that. So you have front of house people, you have relatively high minimum wage, and so it really, and the margins that a lot of these restaurant owners operate on, it's basically makes business unprofitable. So I've had many ask about some sort of tip wage credit where they could get some sort of credit for the front of house workers, so that so they still get at least minimum wage, if not more. But it's more about trying to spread more fairness between front of house workers and back of house workers, and make now, of course, in a time of delivery only, right, takeout only, it doesn't really matter as much. But hopefully, when things start reopening back up, this becomes a concern again, and especially for like full service restaurants, it makes it almost untenable for them to operate. So, anyways, it's something that I know it's been a frequent request for a lot of restaurateurs in our city in terms of trying to get something like that would still provide fair wages, a relatively high minimum wage for the workers, but some fairness among them, where the front of house and back of house workers, there's a little bit more parity versus what there is in many cases. So I don't know if what we could do and start looking at that so that some of these restaurants can actually be financially viable, because a lot of them right now aren't. Even before the pandemic, this was a big problem, and now it's pretty devastating for them.
5 minutes.
So I don't know, can staff respond to that before we move on?
Sure. Just I think that would be something that would require some study. Just to confirm, I believe, Councilmember, you're referring to the city's minimum wage separate and above from the state minimum wage. So
yeah,
we've got our own ordinance that incorporating some form of credit for employees that fit in that category, I think would require a bit of work, but that would be something that we could look into. Again, I think we do need to go through a bit of a prioritization as we come back to where we would focus our energy, but I would hope we can turn that around fairly quickly so that the council can talk about where we're going to set our priorities for this recovery effort.
Okay, I just know that, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think we'll need to update the legal research on this. We discussed it before, and I believe we had a state law that precluded us from moving forward. So this was a state lobbying issue, not a city action issue at that point. I don't know if the situation's changed.
I think it was for the state minimum wage, but I think what we're talking about here is the city's minimum wage that goes on top of the state. But I'll let you research it. This is just feedback I've been getting from the restaurant owners. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Tanaka. Anyone else on this? Before the Vice Mayor goes again, I just have a quick couple comments. Councilmember Tanaka, thanks for asking a question about the streets. I think that's important, and as much as the city can do to communicate about the changing nature of how we're supporting different business types, given the health orders, is important. Agreed with the Vice Mayor about arts and performance as appropriate. I don't know what that looks like in 21, but if we can work on that, I think that's helpful. I think the last piece is on neighborhood outreach. Last week, Councilmember Cormack began to talk a little bit about an idea of kind of neighborhood leaders and what they may do to help the city and help residents, really as people who are connected to the flow of city information, opportunities, and then can provide either help to the city or connections to the city. I think that's really something important for us to continue focusing on, both as groups to download information to in terms of the neighborhoods, and then to upload, whether it's volunteers or feedback to the city. Mr. City Manager, I sent you an email this morning about a number of neighbors who are worried about some police activity. I think it's kind of beginning to connect those gaps, and there's a lot to explore on that. What I will say, and this is certainly going to take some people off, I'm not sure groups like our neighborhood associations or PAN are really the right forums for that. I think to some degree they've really taken on a political leaning, and frankly, and I say this respectfully, they tend to represent older aspects of Palo Alto, and we need to be conscious of that and working to include a wide range of citizens. So I'll leave it at that. I see the Vice Mayor and then Councilmember Niss.
Yes, so I just wanted to ask staff if they could please just follow up with Bill Ross to understand his recommendation. He has been a city attorney for several other cities, so I think we should just take advantage of that and make sure we understand what he was saying. On tipped workers, we went through a lot of this when we increased our minimum wage to a living wage. And the decision was that we would advocate for it at the state level, but we wanted to be on par with the surrounding cities. And we've talked a lot about the various types of jobs that have tips, not just waiters, but there's all kinds of jobs. And really, I feel like it was something we discussed pretty extensively and decided not to do at that time. So I just wanted to recall that was done, 3 or 4 years ago. And I did want to say, I actually appreciate the city manager moving quickly. And with the ban on outdoor dining, I think opening up the vehicles again potentially will allow some of these retailers to get curbside pickup and takeout going, which is still allowed. And I think it's just important that we're flexible. So I appreciate that. So thank you.
Likewise. Thanks, Mr. Vice Mayor. Councilmember Niss.
But my concern is that there are suddenly many groups who are talking about taking on some responsibility. And the call that I was on, I've kind of forgotten which call it was, but I think it was a 1 o'clock call, and I think you were on it, where Cindy Chavez is also talking about bringing groups together. I think that works well, but there needs to be some overarching mechanism, not only for the communication, but also for the feedback. The one other thing that I'm concerned about, and I'm sure it's happened to all of you, is the person who is what we would have called the tattletale. I saw Lydia the other day and she didn't have her mask on. It's hard to know how do you get to the right tenor when you're talking to somebody. If I see Molly and her mask has slipped down, do I say, Molly, you may want to pull your mask up? Or do I say, hey, you know what? You got your mask on wrong. So I think there are some ways that we can deal with this comfortably and productively without getting really tough with each other, because it's very tempting to do that. And I am so sorry the mask has become a political symbol in our country, so that if you wear your mask and you're in a press conference, then you must be a Democrat. But if you aren't, then you probably are a Republican. So that's really, how did we get to this sort of unbelievable state? So I would urge us all to think of ways that make it easy to say, you know what, 6 feet is really hard to judge, isn't it? Or that's really a cute mask, but it's slipping down a little bit. I think you all understand what I'm saying, but I don't want us to become a militarized kind of group that goes around either quietly or not so quietly calling out their neighbors on their transgressions. So handle that, Mr. City Manager.
Will do.
Thanks, Councilmember Niss. I'm sure Councilmember Koo and our City Attorney Stump wear their masks whenever they are out in public. I see them both nodding. Okay, anything else on this item, or should we move on? All right.
This is one, you can almost never finish this one, to be honest.
Absolutely, and later tonight, we'll kind of focus a bit more on the public health aspects. Okay, let's wrap up item number 3. Thank you, staff and my colleagues. Moving on to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Anything, Mr. City Manager?
Yes, Mayor, you already mentioned it, but just for completeness, that would note item number 14 was added to your agenda over the weekend. This is a discussion and possible direction to staff regarding city participation and enforcement of state and county health orders and seasonal events.
Thank you. And that's just in response to the latest health orders from the county and state that we entered into last night at midnight. Okay, let's move on to oral communications, where any member of the public may speak to an item not on the agenda. And if the clerk would please help those folks provide their comments.
Any members of the public that wish to speak on oral communications, which is any subject not on council's agenda tonight, please raise your hand or dial *9 on your phone. Mayor Fine, I have no raised hands. Oh, sorry. Miss Eisenberg?
Sorry, it wasn't working. So I'll try to be brief. I have just two things I wanted to mention. The first is that I've been, and I think some others are too, just a little confused about the recent efforts by one of the city council members to encourage the public to put a referendum on the ballot to put us in breach of the settlement agreement that Palo Alto reached with the ACLU and the NAACP, as well as some individuals over Foothills Park. I think it's been very confusing to some people because coming from a city council member, it often comes across as official communication. And I guess I'm concerned because, as a lawyer, I know that if we were put into breach, if the city were put into breach of this settlement agreement, I haven't read the settlement agreement. I don't know if it's been signed and filed with the judge and approved by the court, but often what happens upon breach of that is that the breaching party is often responsible for all of the attorney's fees for the other side. That's a pretty common response, as well as costs of enforcement and everything else. And that could cost the city millions of dollars. So I can't imagine that it's a good idea to push for breach of the settlement agreement. Whether or not you agree with it, I mean, let's look at it from a practical point of view and the consequences of breach. Second, I just wanted to again bring up, and so much I could say about this, but I will keep it short. Again, that the Castellet Cup is still steamrolling forward. There's no community benefit to this. And I attended a meeting that was hosted by Stanford this afternoon. And I really urge you to go and talk to Stanford and see how they handle things, how hard they work to actually provide a benefit to Palo Alto for everything they do. We need a community benefit if we're going to allow this. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. And I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, Gila Landolfi, to be followed by Tara Correa. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Julia Landolfi. I'm a junior at Palo Alto High School in the Social Justice Pathway, which is also known as SJP. This past school semester, we've been working on a racial reckoning project in order to help our community grow stronger and more accepting. As you know, this country has gone through many awakening moments lately. This past summer, the death of George Floyd reshed light upon some of the many problems that this country faces, one of which is racism and the many issues that arise from not acknowledging it. Racism in the police force is out of control, and because of that, the use of excessive force and police brutality disproportionately affects the minority groups in our country. These injustices are even happening in our own town. That and the lack of respect for civilians in the police force are some of the reasons that we in SJP have decided to come forward. So that is why I'm here with my group today to talk to you about a proposal that we have come up with that will hopefully help to reduce racial stereotyping and all the consequences that come from it in our police force. Though we pride and congratulate ourselves on being a liberal town, words are not enough. We need to show it with our actions, and we need to show it that we are willing to change and improve ourselves and our community. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us.
Thank you, Julia. Our next speaker is Tara Correa, to be followed by Sophia Soto. Tara, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Tara Correa, and I'm also a junior at Palo Alto High School and a part of the SJP program. Recently, in social justice, we have been researching and focusing on many different solutions and approaches on how we as a community can work together towards a safer and more equitable town. Our group decided to work on reducing and stopping police brutality and racial profiling in our Palo Alto justice system. We suggest a racial equity training program for our Palo Alto police officers. This program is an implicit bias training, which tries to reverse the ideas cops have been trained with before that are actually racially biased. Other police departments across the United States have done similar training as to what we are proposing. Salt Lake City, Utah, and New York both have decided that racial equity training was needed, and they have both seen positive outcomes and improvements in reducing inappropriate racial profiling. The governor of New York signed Assembly Bill number 3641 that mandated the Department of Law and Public Safety to add implicit bias training to their cultural diversity training curriculum for law enforcement officers. They have taken polls of the police officers that took part in this training from before and after the training, and there has been a substantial difference in how police officers view some of the ways that they've dealt with arresting people of color versus arresting white people. We think Palo Alto City Council should add this training to their cultural diversity training curriculum for law enforcement officers, and the program to be updated every few years. Thank you.
Did we lose the city clerk?
Maybe we did.
This is Nellie Baum, Deputy City Clerk. I'll continue on behalf of Beth. Sophia Soto, I'm going to allow you to speak.
Thanks so much, Nellie.
Go ahead, Sophia.
Okay. Hi, council members. My name is Sophia Soto, and I am a junior at Palo Alto High School and a part of the social justice pathway. Throughout our research and our interview with council member Tanaka, we found that although Palo Alto residents pride themselves on being progressive, that is not always the case. Some people, such as Captain Zach Perrin, who is white and works for Palo Alto PD, have a lack of respect for the citizens of color that they have promised to serve and protect. Captain Perrin used a racial slur towards his coworker, a Black officer, whose name is Barber, a slur which was uncalled for, inappropriate, and completely unprofessional. This comment was made after rescuing a Black person right by San Francisco Creek. Barber had just jumped into the creek after an on-foot chase. Later on, Captain Perrin decided to joke about the incident in which he used the N-word. Barber has stated that this absurd comment was made in front of other officers. Captain Perrin has since been promoted and Barber left PAPD. This is why we want to create a racial equity training that would have more of a chance of picking out the so-called bad apples from the batch. According to council member Greg Tanaka, the average police officer in Palo Alto gets $308,000 annually, which is twice the average household income. We understand that it is extremely hard to break a police union contract, but in most cases, the police union helps protect the bad officers. In protecting the bad officers, the police union reinforces the silence among all officers, threatening those who try to call out bad behavior. This union not only silences the officers, but doing nothing encourages it until we are left with another senseless killing to create an even poorer perception of the police. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. Our next speaker is Matthew Signorelli-Katz, to be followed by Rowan Erickson. Matthew, go ahead.
Hi, myself and Rowan and Marilyn are actually in the same group, so could we go ahead and have Marilyn go before me?
No, let's go ahead the way it is, please. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Good evening. I'm Matthew Signorelli-Katz, a junior in Palo Alto High School Social Justice Pathway. And in our classes, myself as my two other group members, Marilyn Yin and Rowan Erickson, have been presented with the invigorating challenge of conceptualizing solutions to combat the detrimental after effects of redlining that have plagued Bay Area communities for centuries, with Palo Alto being no exception. We've spent many hours researching and talking to experts in that field of research, and the consensus is clear. The detrimental after effects of redlining are not something that can be eliminated overnight. However, we have found a viable solution. We are advocating for the City of Palo Alto to expand its implementation of transit-oriented developments throughout the city, placing special emphasis on creating affordable housing for teachers of color near public transportation hubs in Palo Alto. We've seen the city commence this process with small-scale projects such as 321 Grant Avenue, yet that can only be the start. For true change to occur at a larger scale, the City of Palo Alto needs to recognize the efficacy of transit-oriented development as means for actively combating the detrimental effects of redlining. By creating and expanding vibrant living environments situated near public transportation hubs, the City of Palo Alto will be able to provide affordable housing to teachers in a city known for its exorbitantly high cost of living. As well as providing easier access to transportation to jobs and necessities of life, all while implicitly blurring the lines of redlining and bringing us one step closer, albeit a small one, to achieving racial equity in Palo Alto. I highly encourage the council to explore the idea of expanding transit-oriented development in Palo Alto to house teachers, especially teachers of color. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Our next speaker is Rowan Erickson, to be followed by Marilyn Yin. Rowan, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Rowan Erickson, a junior and member of the Social Justice Pathway at Palo Alto High School. My peers Matthew Signorello and Marilyn Yin and I were given the task of creating a solution to dismantle systemic racism. And although that may sound like a daunting task, we decided to focus on redlining. After extensive research, we found that many generations of people of color were forced out of Palo Alto due to the past practices of housing discrimination, such as redlining, where they were denied housing loans. We have been following the 321 Grant Avenue plan to create housing for Santa Clara County School District teachers, and we would like to propose not only that the housing units be reserved for teachers, but specifically be for teachers of color. We ask that the subset of teachers be given priority application status as a form of reparations for past discrimination within Palo Alto's housing market. Owning a home is an investment that over time produces wealth that can be passed on for generations. Minorities in the past were not able to pass on the benefit of Palo Alto home ownership to this current generation. So now it is up to us to allow this generation maximum opportunity to benefit from this path to financial security and wealth. Reparations are a tall order, but we think that Palo Alto is up to the task. Thank you.
Thank you, Rowan. And our final speaker is Marilyn Yin. Marilyn, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Marilyn Yin, a junior in the Social Justice Pathway at Palo Alto High School. In our class, my classmates Matthew Signorello Katz and Rowan Erickson were given an opportunity to try and create a solution and idea to counter systemic racism and specifically redlining and blockbusting. We have had time to develop and visualize what we wanted to do to fight the destructive outcomes of redlining, and so we came up with a solution. Our city has failed to address the need for easier public transportation access, especially for cities throughout the Bay Area that have been heavily redlined in the past. The evident lack of easily accessible public transportation creates a situation in which it is extremely difficult for families to go on about with their daily lives, since daily necessities such as grocery stores, clothing stores, childcare, education are all located further away from public transportation locations. In the American automobile-dominated society, much of the infrastructure is based upon the assumption that someone has immediate access to an automobile and makes someone without access to a car much harder to go on with their daily lives due to the lack of access to their house necessities. Cities throughout the Bay Area that have been a victim to redlining in the past have been faced with a historically difficult way to go on about their lives. This is why we propose the implementation of the Transit-Oriented Development Plan, developing easier access to transportation and expansion of housing near areas with public transportation. This will bring us closer to overcoming the detrimental effects of redlining from the past. Please expand transit-oriented development to house teachers of color. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn. Any other members of the public that wish to speak under oral communications, please raise your hand or dial *9 on your phone. Mayor, fine, there's no further hands.
Okay. Thank you, Clerk Minor. Thank you to all of our speakers, especially our Pally students. We really appreciate your input. That concludes oral communications. Let's please move on to minutes approval. Item number 4, minutes from the November 16th meeting. Are there any speakers for item number 4?
Any members of the public that wish to speak to the action minutes for November 16th, please raise your hand or dial *9. Mayor, fine, there's no hands.
Okay, I'll move item number 4.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Assuming there's no comment on this, let's please vote. Councilmember Niss.
Aye.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Shinaka.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Aye.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
That passes on a 6-0 vote with Councilmember Cormack absent. Okay, we now move on to the consent calendar, items 5 through 12. Do we have any speakers on the consent calendar?
Any members of the public that wish to speak on the consent calendar, please raise your hand or dial *9. Mayor, fine, we have 2 speakers at this time, Esther Nigenda and Rebecca Eisenberg. Esther, go ahead. Esther, you need to unmute from your end. There you go. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Esther Nihenda. I am speaking regarding item 12, 788 San Antonio Road. It has been a difficult year. Most of us are exhausted and the challenges keep coming. I know we need housing, and as a person of color, born and raised in Mexico, it pains me that my community is particularly impacted by the lack of adequate and sufficient affordable housing. And yet, as Benjamin Franklin said, failing to plan is planning to fail. I remain concerned about the safety of the 788 San Antonio Road project. As I mentioned in my oral comments to council last month, the fact that I have plans done by a professional to build a 1-story house does not mean I can add a 2nd story without further study and plans. Under current city regulations, I simply could not do it. That is exactly what this project allows for underground construction, not only at 788 San Antonio Road, but for the entire program area from Middlefield to East Charleston. Building underground is permanent and has more costly consequences than building above ground. As the city looks to underground construction to provide more space for our buildings, it should spend as much time and money planning holistically for underground construction as it does for above ground construction. Otherwise, the unintended and unplanned for consequences can range from inconvenient or even life-threatening flooding to catastrophic failure of buildings. In closing, thank you for all the time and energy you have spent in addressing this year's many challenges and for doing your best in making the hard decisions.
Thank you, Esther. Our next and final speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Rebecca, go ahead.
Thank you. First, I want to thank Ms. Nahenda for speaking, and I would like to second everything she said. It is a big problem that, as we know, nationally, internationally, that it's the lowest income housing that is usually built closest to the environmental hazards or on top of them, as this case sometimes is. As you know, the HP Superfund site is very close to there and close to other developments near there on El Camino and on, well, everywhere kind of close to where that site is. It's in Palo Alto. It hasn't been cleaned up and it's a problem. And we need to study it and we need to make sure that people are safe, that children are safe, that families are safe. What is more important than that? I also wanted to briefly comment on the item that has to do with Canopy. I think Canopy should be given as much money as they need. I think they're a fantastic organization, and I do want to remind the City Council that we cannot really replace a tree. When we kill a 300-year-old tree like Castanea wants to do with dozens, we cannot actually replace them. Let's give Canopy more money while also making their jobs easier by not killing trees, ancient trees, beautiful trees. We need trees for oxygen. We breathe oxygen. We need oxygen to live. Finally, maybe most importantly, I urge you to vote no on this airport expenditure. Although you all, some members of City Council insisted that there would be no cost to the city for this airport project when I opposed it vehemently back when you first agreed to set aside the up to $20 million. You now see that it's going to cost at least $100,000, which, might I remind you, is 5 times the budget of KZSU, which offers a public service, and then $3.5 million. Please say no. We need the money in other places. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Any other members of the public that wish to speak to the consent calendar? Please raise your hand or dial *9 on your phone. Mayor Fine, there's no further speakers.
Okay, thank you, Clerk Minor, and thank you to all of our public speakers. We now return to council for the consent calendar items 5 through 12. Please raise your hand if you have any comments to poll or vote no on an item. I will note I'm going to be voting no on item number 11. And I see the hand from Councilmember Koo.
Yes, I'd like to register a no vote on number 10 and number 12.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Tanaka?
No on 11.
Okay, seeing no other hands, I will move the consent calendar.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Niss. Thanks for saving me, Liz. Okay, so there's a motion and a second for the consent calendar, and moving down the list alphabetically. Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Okay, that passes unanimously 6-0 with Councilmember Cormack absent. And now if we want to speak to our no votes. So on item number 11, I continue to believe this is a misguided policy that's going to discourage mixed use development in Palo Alto, including housing developments. Pretty much all of it. Okay, Councilmember Koo on items number 10 and 12.
So on number 10, the attachment is asking to approve the $3.5 million expense across 3 firms to improve the Palo Alto airport. 90%, according to the document, will be covered by FAA grant money. However, that still leaves about $350,000 to be paid by the city of Palo Alto, assuming we don't exceed the budget, right? However, I would recommend to challenge the stay the course proposal and ask that we work with council to understand whether there are options, including getting out of the FAA grant to stop spending money on Palo Alto Airport, given the serious budgetary issues caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. On item number 12, the council has adopted a resolution to certify the final environmental impact report, adopting CCOR findings, a statement of overriding considerations and mitigation monitoring reporting program, which could be applied to the 16 other parcels under this huge developer giveaway housing incentive program. This upzoning program, as one of my friends in the city said, is zoning on steroids. The HIP program is applied all along the El Camino Real from Stanford Avenue to southern border in Palo Alto. And this extension into San Antonio is a density building dump into South Palo Alto without any remedies to the traffic congestion situation, depletion of natural resources, lack of enforcement, less parkland per resident, lack of nearby schools, and a city government creating a taking away from homeowners and increasing land values with the upzoning, making it substantially more expensive to build the genuine below rate market housing. And while this program is touted as retaining local control, it is misleading because potentially projects submitted under this program may not need to be brought before Planning Transportation Commission and not before Council. Projects may only need to go through a public hearing before ARB. Ultimately, the Director of Planning and Development makes the final decision on the project, and the community will have to appeal, and appeal costs residents money. Plopping down a whole bunch of dense housing without proper planning for the community environment is not even planning 101. It's absurdity. It's absurdity. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just note for the vote record, the motion passed unanimously, but myself, Councilmember Tanaka, were against number 11. Councilmember Koo was against 10 and 12. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so for 11, similar thoughts as the mayor. These in lieu fees can help fund new programs like garages, housing, the pedestrian streets we were talking about on University Avenue. So I think we can use those funds. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We've concluded consent calendar. Let's please move on to city manager comments. Mr. Shikata, the floor is yours in this most difficult of difficult weeks.
Thank you. Well, let's see. Let's move up to the beginning there. Thank you very much. All right. Well, yes, if we get the next slide. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that acknowledgement. Certainly not difficult for us in comparison to the multitude of stakeholders that have been scrambling in response to the state order and then following up with the county or multi-counties orders. We will have additional information and the ability to have a complete council discussion on item 14 tonight. So I do just want to preview a few of the key items that have played out really over the last 5 days. It's been an extraordinary 5 days since the governor announced the state stay-at-home order. So with that and with the local acceleration of the implementation of that order, just hit a few of the highlights that are now in effect. First, that restaurants are now operating under takeout and delivery only. As was referenced earlier, resulting from this accelerated order and really in the interests of both businesses related to restaurants, retail, and members of the public gaining access to all the establishments along our primary business streets. California Avenue, University Avenue, and Ramona Avenue were reopened to vehicular traffic, or will be reopened to vehicular traffic actually tomorrow morning. So just note that this is a temporary change that does improve access for all in this really difficult time, really devastating time for businesses in particular. Would note that the retail occupancy limits under this order are now down to 20% for general retail. I just heard that the clarification that allows grocery stores to have a 35% occupancy is a clarification that came out after the initial announcements. We'll also note that this necessitates some change is in city operations, including closure of playgrounds. Our parks and open spaces, on the other hand, remain open. Recreation classes indoors have been canceled, and the art center is also closed. Next slide, please. Just as perhaps you've heard this elsewhere, but bears reiterating some of the circumstances that we are now in that led to the most recent orders. First, that the state has continued to record this unprecedented level of infection and cases being reported. that the regional stay-at-home order that was announced last Thursday with the supplemental order on the 6th, or effective on the 6th, relate to regions with less than 15% capacity in intensive care units within the regional hospital system. Here in Santa Clara County, our county, along with 5 other Bay Area counties or jurisdictions, expedited the implementation, and as such, it's now in effect here in Santa Clara County. Would note that, as reported over just the last couple of days, a 72% increase in hospitalization related to COVID-19 over the last 2 weeks statewide. Here in Santa Clara County, an increase of 250% in hospitalization, and ICU capacity has dropped to the 15% that was the threshold for the regional stay-at-home order statewide. We heard today that just in the last 24 hours, 1,450 new cases reported, which is just really extraordinary within Santa Clara County. And that for those who are perhaps concerned that different areas of the county and different counties in the region have better circumstances than the dire circumstances that have been reported, that it was noted that the availability of hospital workers, in particular staffing challenges, are one of the dimensions of challenge that affect all hospital systems' ability to provide acute care, whether directly related to COVID-19 or not. That it was reported that Central Valley counties in particular will be asking for help, and that Santa Clara County cannot ask for help. And when the capacity issues become really desperate, it would be noted that other forms of trauma, whether they be heart attacks and the like, may actually not get the level of care that they would otherwise be receiving. So clearly this is an issue that affects us all, and not only directly related to COVID-19 effects, but the domino effect to the availability of staffing and the ability of the hospital system to function effectively with discharging and the processing of patients in ways that we take for granted, but are unfortunately at their limits of capacity. Next slide, please. So that said, we do want to try to juxtapose our holidays in light or in spite of the challenges that are in front of us. You know, again, this is a long-term issue that we all know too well. I know we will all be very happy to see 2020 in the rearview mirror, as they say, but in the meanwhile, we do have the holidays coming up. And so we would note that we do have a few programs ongoing and opportunities for celebration, starting with the Cue the Decorating, friendly competition, a holiday decorating contest that we do have signups for under via the city's basic website, cityofpaloalto.org/decorate, where residents and businesses are encouraged to sign up before December 14th, so a week yet to sign up. Now that said, I would note for the public's knowledge and the council as well, that traditionally the city had participated on a Christmas tree lane decorating by switching out street lights or the globes on street lights in order to provide a more festive environment. Unfortunately, recognizing the limitations on gatherings, we will not be decorating those street lights this year. And as such, unfortunate, but perhaps reflecting a downscaling of the level of activity in order to reflect more stay at home and stay very close to home advice that we have received from the state and county in pursuit of the health orders. Next slide, please. And also additional opportunities to continue celebration and share with other members of the community that are less fortunate. We are conducting a contactless drive-through toy drive. So members of the community that would like to donate unwrapped toys, books, or gifts, all donations will go to needy youth this holiday season. And gift cards are also welcomed. The drop-off location will be at our Mitchell Park Community Center on Middlefield Road. The dates, the 12th and 13th of this coming week, and then on the 15th and 16th, with details available on the news section of our homepage under the Holiday Toy Drive. And next slide, please. Additionally, we would note that we have some suggestions on ways that we could support ongoing community wellness, such as checking on neighbors, calling friends, hosting virtual Zoom clubs. And along those lines, we would love to be the platform for sharing news of how community members are doing exactly as described. Ways to promote community wellness here in Palo Alto, and to give neighbors other ideas on what residents are doing and neighbors are doing that they might show the sincerest form of flattery by imitating. So please send me an email at citymanager, CITYMGR, at cityofpaloalto.org. And we would love, once again, to be amplifying, not to draw more in any way toward a gathering, but a gathering of spirit, at least, by sharing ideas and how best to get through this together. Next slide, please. And then finally, would note that our timing's a little odd here, but such as it is, and appreciate Vice Mayor's backdrop with photos of our new California Avenue garage. It will be open tomorrow. We will use it as an opportunity to invite members of the community to come by and visit, charge up your electric vehicle, park your bike or your car, and opportunity to shop at and around California Avenue. Let's see, in addition, we'll be noting that this parking facility does provide the additional capacity necessary for the council's consideration of the public safety building construction contract, which we'll bring soon after the first of the year. With the infrastructure such that it is solar ready. There are not solar panels installed as part of this contract, but that will be part of the upcoming discussion as well for the council. Next slide, please. And then finally, opportunity for everyone to support our local businesses, recognizing the, as I call it, devastating, really devastating circumstances that exist for all. That our upliftlocal.org is really a one-stop portal to get information on local businesses, for some promotions that local businesses are putting on, including retail and restaurants, as well as the opportunity to buy gift cards and the like. You can purchase directly online, as well as we've now added a map to the functionality of the website to help people hone in on the opportunities close by. And if you have a business that is not listed on this website, then contact me. And we would love to get additional businesses identified here as part of our Uplift Local platform. And I believe that's the last slide. Just other ways for members of the community to stay in touch, and we'll continue to push and look for other avenues to ensure we're getting the word out through this holiday season. With that, thank you very much, Mayor and Council.
Thank you so much, City Manager. Can we go back a couple slides? Actually, there was one about the COVID updates today, and I just want to focus on that for a moment or two to share a couple words.
Might be the statistics that we showed.
I think so. This is the one, thank you. The 72, thank you. So I know a couple of us were on the call today with the County Emergency Operations Department of Public Health. I really want to emphasize this number of a 72% increase in hospitalized COVID patients statewide. We're seeing a similar trend in the county here. Today on that call, Dr. Cody said, you know, the infection rate is going up like a rocket ship. And I really, really want to emphasize to everybody how serious this is to each of us and how much we all play a role in preventing the spread of COVID-19. You know, on most Monday nights, to share a personal story, on most Monday nights, my wife and I have my father come over here because we have a newborn, we have a dog, I'm on council, and we need somebody to help us out. And this afternoon we had a talk with him and we said, hey, like, let's just hold off. One, it's against the rules of visiting different households. But two, it's really not the right thing to do at this time. And so although it is so hard not to see people, not to go out, not to go shopping, we are in a really, really serious time right now. And everybody needs to do their part to stay apart and to keep each of our families and each other safe. So we'll get to that a little bit more tonight on item 14, but I really do want to emphasize that. Councilmember Niss.
So again, sounding like one of those outdated broken records. And looking again at the city manager, because several times now we've heard of groups that could organize, might organize, and sort of what would their goal be? And I think that at this point, it's kind of amorphous. We're saying, yes, there could be a new group. There could be, one of them is called the Ambassadors Academy, a whole variety of groups, but nothing organized yet. And if there was ever a time to get organized, it's now. It's, you know, watching Sarah Cody's eyes today was truly very daunting. So, kind of, Ed, who's in charge?
Yeah, I think under item 14, we can get to it in a little more, well, much more detail. So I'd suggest we defer the discussion to that later tonight.
All right. Bet you've got some answers.
Got some information, so I'm not sure it'll be.
Well, for people who are going to stick around and listen, because that's one of the areas they're particularly interested in, I hope we do have something that's definitive, because this is one of those times, you know, when it's absolutely essential that we do come together. We keep saying, well, we'll get through this together, but we don't know yet how we'll get through it together. Good start, Adrian, sending your dad away, but
we're going to get through this together by staying apart. Frankly.
Well, that's not untrue.
Okay. Anyone else on city manager comments? Okay. I'm going to suggest a 5 to 8 minute break, and then we'll come back to our action calendar. Thank you, everyone.
Are you talking 8:15-ish? Yeah. What's this? You have a new toy?
All right. See you all soon. Okay, I think we have 3 plus 1 half appeared teddy bear. So once we get another council member, so let's get going. Okay, let's please get going. Returning to council, we've got 5 of us. Move on to our action calendar, item number 13, a contract with the Downtown Streets team, Downtown Streets Incorporated, for $323,000. Does staff have a presentation?
Yes, I believe our Public Works Director has a brief intro on the topic and the contract before you.
Yes, thanks, Ed. And good evening, Mayor, Fine, and council members. I'm Brad Eggleston, Public Works Director. So the item before the council tonight is a new 3-year contract with Downtown Streets team. Owen Bird, who's the chair of Downtown Streets team's board of directors, is with us tonight. And also acting assistant director of Public Works, Walter Passmore, is available to help answer questions. The city has partnered with Downtown Streets team since 2006, and this new contract would continue these services. Under the contract, Downtown Streets team members perform daily cleaning services for our 5 downtown parking garages, for City Hall, and for downtown sidewalks and alleyways. This includes picking up litter, addressing overflowing trash receptacles, and as well reporting safety issues or vandalism that's observed to the city. And then a unique aspect to Downtown Streets team is their peer-to-peer outreach model, where the team members who are either homeless or at risk of homelessness reach out to homeless individuals that they encounter while they're doing their cleaning activities and talk to them about services that are available to help them. There are currently 28 Downtown Streets team members who are providing these services and benefiting from the program in Palo Alto. So that's the very brief overview. And of course, last week, this contract was pulled from council's consent agenda. So we're here tonight for the discussion and to answer the questions you may have. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Eggleston. I appreciate it a lot. I was hoping we could maybe hear from Mr. Owen Bird, who's on the board of Downtown Streets Incorporated. And if the clerk could please help me have Mr. Bird provide a couple comments before we go to the public.
I made him a panelist. Hold on, I'll have him. I have lost him.
I'm here.
Oh, there you go. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor Fine, council member, staff. As staff noted, Downtown Streets has worked closely with the city of Palo Alto for many, many years. And I believe that the city has been consistently more than satisfied about the quality of the services that our team provides, as well as the benefits to our team members that come from their participation in the program. It's been almost exactly a year since we encountered press from a San Jose outlet regarding a controversy with some of our former employees who had alleged instances of harassment, disparity, workplace professionalism, and so on. And I believe that tonight the item was pulled in response to those issues, not any issues surrounding the the quality of streets team services downtown or the quality of the work towards housing and employment that our staff does with our team members. So let me jump right into that. We've encountered, since this issue arose in the press, we've had to address it in all 16 of the communities in which we work in Northern California. It's good to remember that Downtown Streets Team started in Palo Alto in 2005, but we are now, a good-sized regional agency that is providing services across all of Northern California. And in the course of doing so, we have had to address the allegations raised in the press with many of the different agencies with which we work. So Palo Alto is no exception. It's a difficult circumstance. And as I've explained in the press, and I said to the Finance Committee, we said to the HRC, nobody wants to litigate these issues in the court of public opinion. Unfortunately, that's where we have found ourselves, because former employees brought to the board of directors allegations and concerns about these issues that we in turn investigated. We took extraordinarily seriously. This is the most earnest group of people on this board that I have ever served with in any public capacity here in my 30 plus years of community service in Palo Alto. And so we commissioned third-party investigators to chase all this down. And long story short, we found absolutely no evidence of harassment or disparity, workplace investigation, professionalism, pay equity. All of the factual data, in fact, cut the other way. What we did discover is that back in 2013 and 2014, there were two holiday parties, two staff parties where there was too much alcohol. And the agency's culture had since corrected itself. The board, by the time this came to us in 2017, 2018, their alcohol had been removed from the organization's culture and sort of the ship had righted itself. But I made a personal commitment to the former employees that we would do everything we could to make the institutional changes to make sure that we had the best possible culture. And we did. We created a strengthened human resources department. We added resources, including a director of HR with direct access and reporting to the board. We created a board level HR governance committee. We increased manager and employee training. And we adopted guidelines to ensure standards of professionalism that align with the organization's growth. For a couple of the former board employees who were the complainants in this matter, that was insufficient. They want the board to fire two of our senior staffers, Eileen Richardson and Chris Richardson. The investigations that the board performed did not reveal information that would lead to that being an appropriate response to what had happened. In fact, just the opposite. We found that the institutional changes that we made a whole lot of sense, but that it's very easy to sort of tell one story in the press, but in the absence of a filed lawsuit or other sort of systemic approaches to a dispute resolution, there's really nothing we can do. And so anyway, the issue that is now before the council is the council's or the request by some in the community for us to produce these investigative reports publicly. And of course, we can't do that because we have privacy obligations to our employees. Just as if someone raised allegations against the city manager and senior staff and the city investigated, there's no way in the world that the city attorney would recommend to the council that the council release those confidential investigative reports into the public eye. So we're left with this conundrum where the board is saying to all the communities in which we work, including Palo Alto, trust us. You know, the California Attorney General has the Registrar of Charitable Trusts, which delegates to boards like ours the obligation to operate in an appropriate manner. And we believe we do so. And so we've said to other communities, we hope you'll continue to work with us. Our services to our team members, our services, our cleanup services to the community are of the highest order, and that the board will continue to fulfill its obligations under California law to operate the organization in the best, most responsible way. So I can say as a resident, a 30+ year resident of Palo Alto, I very much hope that Palo Alto continues to engage with downtown streets. And I hope that we enter into this contract for this next 3 years, and we can continue to do the good work that we've done for so many years in Palo Alto. If you choose not to extend the contract with us, I'll be disappointed, we'll be sad, but we've got 16 other communities that we're working in and no shortage of need to address homelessness and poverty in the midst of this pandemic, as well as continue to provide the cleanup services that we do. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you have, but I'm not sure that I really have anything new to add beyond everything I just summarized that was contained in the statement that we put out on December 18th of last year. We are exactly in the same posture that we were then. I wish that this could be resolved and put to bed in a satisfactory way. I don't think it can be. I think that some of the complainants will continue to be disappointed in the board's decision not to terminate the employment of some of our senior staff. And I don't really have an answer for that other than to bring it back to our mission, which is to end homelessness, and the fact that the city has partnered with us for so many years in pursuit of that mission, I hope will encourage the city to continue to do so. So let me end it there and offer to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Berg. We appreciate it. I'm going to ask that we go to members of the public and then return to the council for questions of staff or Mr. Bird.
Any members of the public that wish to speak on this item, the approval of a 3-year contract with Downtown Streets, please raise your hand or dial *9 on your phone. At this time, we have 3 speakers: Aram James, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg, and then Winter Dellenbach. Aram, go ahead.
So, I'm very curious. Serious sexual assault allegations, not just the San Jose Insider, but the Palo Alto Online, the Palo Alto Weekly, major alleged improprieties, sexual allegations, and I said allegations, against the 2 members in question, Eileen and her son, Chris, that if you look carefully at the allegations, there's a hint that these should have been charged criminally in the first place. Secondly, let me ask you this. My client's charged as the perpetrator, and then I get to select the sole investigator in the case, and then present that to the fact finder, and then only release those portions of the investigation that favor my client. That's not the way it's supposed to work. There needs to be an investigation by the plaintiff, so to speak, by the city, independent of this very sanitized presentation by Mr. Owens. He hasn't been subject to cross-examination on any of these claims, and they're not going to release the report. Some of these employees, the privacy privilege doesn't apply to, I would argue. Some of them are former employees. Some of them may have been willing to waive any privacy interest. We don't know about that. And let me ask you this. If these had been males instead of females going after allegedly female members of that of the organization, or males or black male administrators, would we be talking like this, or would have this been a done deal? Those folks would have been fired. So are we again, like the Perone matter, covering up for privileged white people when we know when criminal activity occurs, there needs to be a thorough investigation on both sides? And I say alleged criminal behavior. So I think this is a cover-up, and you all need to do a private or separate investigation that can be released so we can all see where the truth lies. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Winter Dellenbach. Rebecca, go ahead.
First, I'd like to thank Mr. James for, again, his generosity in sharing his large, vast amount of litigation experience with the City Council, and I hope you listen to him. Between Mr. James, Mr. Ross, and myself, you have more than a century of legal experience talking to you and trying to give you advice. Hopefully you'll listen to some of us. I agree with everything that Aaron said. As always, he is correct. I want to especially point out that privacy concern to Mr. Byrd. You're lying, or else you're lying. You know that you have the right to share this information. I was personally, as a lawyer with 30 years of experience, I was offended by what you said. I wasn't going to talk about this topic until I heard you speak. This is speaking to Mr. Byrd, and I was actually put off by everything you said. Your dismissive and trivializing tone, your complete disregard of what the women said, your statement that there's no evidence, as if the testimony under oath of these women doesn't constitute evidence. It does constitute evidence. It constitutes enough evidence to actually lead to the conviction of crimes, which, as Mr. James said, should be possibly filed in these cases, and would be maybe if there weren't a company protecting. I want to say that many of us on this call listening to this meeting have care a lot about homelessness, but we don't need assaulting women has anything to do with helping solve homelessness. As a woman who has been the subject of significant sexual harassment and attempted sexual assault numerous times, I take personal offense to hear the tone of Mr. Byrd. I'm convinced they are not an organization we should be investing in. Thank you.
Have you called on me?
It seems like you're up, Winter.
Okay. Yes, it's Winter Dellenbach. That was Sue Dremon's excellent article in Palo Alto Online about this. There were actually 11 women that were complaining. I hope you saw my email I sent with recommendations about how to proceed on this. These weren't allegations. An administrative law judge in 2017 and the California Unemployment Insurance Appeals Board in 2018 ruled that Eileen and Chris Richardson had engaged in sexual harassment and created a hostile work environment. And yet Eileen Richardson denied that there were ever any problems with Downtown Street Team's work environment. Those claims, she said, were unfounded. Owen Byrd consistently, over and over and over again, says it's unfair to drag Richardson through salacious accusations when they received a clean bill of health, though through the investigation, and the investigation unearthed no significant concerns. Well, we don't know that because nobody's ever seen this investigation. And he also says, now we move on, but we should not move on. Eileen and Chris Richardson continue to head downtown street teams, and Owen Bird continues to deny that anything happened. And yet an administrative law judge in the Unemployment Insurance Appeal Board found that in fact, it did happen. Palo Alto currently has 3 contracts with downtown street teams. Now's the time for meaningful due diligence at last. You need to ensure you're not putting people at risk and that you're not putting the city at risk. You can review this at Colos. You can review the report in closed session. And Owen Bird told us tonight that they have so many contracts in other cities that he's willing to take the ball and walk away rather than allow you to do your basic due diligence and carry out your fiduciary responsibility. And so I encourage you to do what's right. Thank you.
Thank you, Winter. Any other members of the public that wish to speak, please raise your hand or dial *9 on your phone. Mayor, find there's no other hands.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to all of our speakers. Let's now please return to council and suggest a round of questions and comments before moving on to motions. Councilmember Niss.
So where did he go? Do we still have our speaker up? And
Councilmember Niss, if you're looking for Mr. Bird, yes, he is with us.
Yeah, I'm here.
yes, there you are. Okay, Owen, it's good to see you. However, so some questions. Here is what's making me very uneasy. The Valley Community Foundation recently went through something like this, and they had discovered that for years harassment had been going on, and no one was willing to say anything about it. Now, in this case, there were people who said something about it, but it appears to have been dismissed because, as I remember reading what I did, they didn't seem to have as much clout as those did who were running the organization. So there has been one suggestion that the reports be released with redaction. Have you thought of that?
Yes, and we're absolutely unprepared to do that because of the privacy obligations to our employees. Let me put it this way. You brought up this example of another organization. In this instance, no lawsuit was filed. No criminal charges were filed. This was entirely allegations brought in the press. In response, our board did the right thing. We spent almost $100,000 on a third-party investigator to fully investigate all of the allegations. And those investigations revealed that we could improve the governance mechanisms that we have improved. But beyond that, it didn't substantiate almost all of the claims. And so it's terribly unfair to our employees who have had to experience this one-sided effort through the press that is not analogous to what some of the speakers brought up about civil or criminal procedure, where in this case, there's been no procedure. It was just, people speaking publicly.
So, okay, Owen, but let me put it in this category. Someone complained, and apparently they had some justification for their complaints. I am not worried about what Downtown Streets does in our city. They do a good job. I'm not concerned about that. What I'm concerned about is an overall reputation that was altered of Downtown Streets as a result of the allegations. That's my concern. And so even though I hear you're saying you don't want to release the reports, even with the redaction, that makes me uneasy. So I don't know
why. I don't understand why that makes anyone uneasy, because the reports,
they haven't seen it.
Right, but we
and they don't know.
We did the reports because it was the right thing to do. We did our own investigation. We could have said, no, we're not going to investigate this unless you file a lawsuit. Instead, we did the right thing.
Or you could have had somebody else investigate it.
We did. We had a third-party investigator.
That was completely uninvolved.
Yes.
Well, then there shouldn't be any trouble releasing what they did.
No, there's absolutely trouble with it, because even with the redactions, it would be impossible to have those reports not reveal who was being discussed.
So I think that's going to continue to be an issue, but let's see what our colleagues say tonight. But that's my concern, is not the work that the Downtown Streets team does, because they're terrific and they add a lot to the city. They do a good job. But I'm concerned that that continuous sort of fraying at the top is actually casting the group in a bad light. So those are my comments for the moment.
Thank you, Council Member. Please hit your hands if you want to speak. I have a couple comments and questions just to lead off. One, to our staff, do we have alternatives for maintenance services for cleaning our downtown garages, sidewalks, and alleys? Do we have existing alternatives?
Well, with the last addition of the term existing, I think the answer is no. We do not have immediately available alternatives. I believe, and Mr. Eggleston could elaborate, that if the council chose not to proceed with this contract, that we would need to do a solicitation for alternative providers.
Okay, and then kind of the follow-on question there is, what should we expect in terms of cost? Increases or decreases if we were to find an alternative provider?
Well, Director Eggleston, do you have an opinion on that matter?
I'd say we haven't looked into it deeply enough to have a cost estimate. Just on the face of it, to provide a similar level of service to what Downtown Streets team does, my assumption is the cost would probably increase, but I'm not sure we'd need the solicitation to say that.
Okay, thank you. And then the second piece, touching on some of the more sensitive aspects. The issue here is whether the city and our community should have full visibility into allegations and reports about discrimination, sexual harassment, and so forth in a contract with the city. I think there's some legitimacy to that. I guess the question is, where do we draw the line? And Mr. Byrd has said pretty specifically, hey, we hired this third-party firm to evaluate us, recommend HR and policy recommendations, and no, we cannot release that full report because we have employees named in it. And I'd put to my colleagues in the city council, that same situation could apply to us, where we have allegations of discrimination in City Hall, and we may not be able to release the report because it names specific personnel and their actions. And by law, we may not be allowed to do that. So that puts us in a bit of a conundrum. I guess to the city manager, do we have other contracts similar to this in terms of a public social good that serves the partnership on both sides?
Yes, Mayor, we do have a handful of contracts that would fit that description.
And as I understand it, it's groups like Avenidas and Palo Alto Childcare. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Just ballparking, could the city develop a policy for handling issues of discrimination, sexism, et cetera, with these kind of social good partnerships? I'm not saying is it a good idea, but could we do that?
I suspect, since, and I'll let Molly correct me if I misspeak here, that to a certain extent, it is within the council's discretion to negotiate agreement terms that are of interest. Ultimately, it would require both parties to agree to those terms in moving forward. I would say, based on my experience, it would be more common in situations of agreements between a city and a nonprofit grantee, or I'll use the term grantee just as a generalization, that requirements or provisions that would be established, again, prospectively, looking forward rather than backwards, would be common and typically relate to issues as perhaps referenced earlier, reporting, settings, what reporting expectations would be for certain types of information, typically governance, perhaps board meetings, financial reporting. Those would be common, but I would say I have not encountered a situation in which personnel investigations were handed over from one partner to another.
Okay, just one or two last questions. And I mean, in terms of, priorities of what we're dealing with this year, do you think development of such a policy is a high priority for the city?
I would note that we've had some discussions with our new city auditor on the general question, as I described, on a prospective basis, again, going forward, how our nonprofit agreements are structured. And again, there may be some best practices that could come out of that review and audit work to set, say for certain dollar thresholds, requirements associated with reporting and any transparency expectations. So it is possible, and depending on the priority as recommended by the city auditor and approved by the council as part of the audit work plan, that something like that might really be helpful for the city and the council to establish some expectations in that area.
Thank you. I see the assistant city manager. Just one really brief question, Mr. Byrd. Why not just cross out the names of the affected parties?
I'm sorry, Mayor Fine, you're asking me?
Yes, sir. Why not just?
Because there would be no way to redact these reports and still preserve the privacy of the people who were investigated. It's too obvious.
Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, just one question for Mr. Byrd. So one of the public speakers mentioned the ruling by an administrative law judge. Was that essentially settling a lawsuit, or how would you characterize that?
Two completely different things. There was, and the confusion is that the same person is involved in both matters. So there's all these allegations that were revealed in the press and that were brought to us that have never been the subject of any civil or criminal matter. Separately, there is a wage and hour investigation about whether or not we did our record keeping correctly around hourly employees. And that matter is before a judge is going to mediation next month. And there has been no finding of fact in that matter. The judge said that the complainant alleged facts that, if proved, would substantiate a claim, but there hasn't been any fact finding in it yet, so there hasn't even yet been a claim substantiated.
I think we're talking about different things. I'm referring to what was in the Palo Alto Weekly. It said the California Unemployment Insurance Board.
Two different things.
2018, they made a ruling.
That's a wage and hour dispute that is separate from these allegations of harassment.
Okay, so the Weekly got it wrong. You're saying it said they ruled that the Richardsons engaged in sexual harassment.
Yes, the Weekly got it wrong.
Okay. I have a question for staff and the report. I'm getting an echo. If somebody could mute.
Yeah, it is. I don't know where.
That we removed services for Linton Plaza and Cogswell Plaza and some other places from downtown streets. So who's providing those services?
Go ahead, Director Eggleston.
I believe it's, Kristen's here, she can correct me if I'm wrong. I think it may be Gachina, who's a contractor for Community Services Department.
And is there any reason that we took those away from downtown streets, or just curious?
I'm not familiar with the history there.
I can weigh in on that. That was part of our department's overall budget strategy for this fiscal year.
So it's actually cheaper, or?
Actually, I believe, and Kristen could correct me if I misspeak here, that there was some overlap in service areas between contractors. And so the removal from downtown streets contract was in order to eliminate that duplication or overlap in service areas.
Okay. One of the members of the public sent in a part of our code that says the occupants or tenants have to clean the sidewalks. And I guess we're funding downtown streets to the University Avenue Parking Fund. I just was curious. So are we effectively saying that the tenants are paying for this, or I guess the property owners?
Well, and this is where Molly may step on me if I misspeak, along the lines of those are general funds and treated accordingly. That and certainly those who contribute that funding would agree with what you just said. That's because it's generated from the downtown area, that this use is essentially them paying for it. So again, it's a question of perspective.
Yeah, I guess Herb Borak sent in a letter. I don't know if you saw it, Molly, that suggesting under our code that they actually should be paying these costs more directly. Do you have a comment on that?
Well, my only comment, I can verify the Muni Code site, but my comment is, we've spent many hours over the last few months talking about how to support small businesses. So,
yeah,
and be surprised if council wants to adopt a policy that frontline retail should be paying for a city service that can be paid for out of the parking lot.
Yeah, I wasn't going that direction. I just was trying to understand if I think the city manager answered me in terms of whether this was kind of coming from a business fund or the general fund. Sounds like it's a general fund.
Yeah, these are general funds is my understanding.
Okay. And there were a lot of discussion online. I thought some people said it really well, which again, I don't think any of us have an issue, or we actually appreciate downtown streets team service. And, it's very difficult tonight. We don't want to harm those employees, the work they're doing. I think the mission of downtown streets is a good one. And so it's really kind of a tough issue. And I appreciate the comments about, being tried in the court of the public. Again, looking through our contract, there's a non-discrimination clause, clause P, and then there's a hold harmless clause, clause O. And so again, I'm gonna go back to you, Molly, is this discussion tonight, in terms of a hold harmless clause, we are, we've heard of these alleged issues, we're questioning it, we're asking about it. Is there a scenario here where where that hold harmless clause could be pierced essentially to the city?
Are you asking whether the city could be responsible for employment type of violations if they were occurring at downtown streets?
Yes.
I don't see one, no.
That's 5 minutes.
Okay, so just to wrap up, I'm not sure where my colleagues are on this. I think we should proceed with a contract, whether it's a 1-year contract or a 3-year contract. I think it's something we may want to consider, if we think that there might be additional information or something we would discover if we did a shorter term contract. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Mayor. Any other comments on this one? I think Councilmember Niss, you've already spoken, so I'm going to go to Councilmember Koo first.
Thank you. This is especially hard. It's really, really difficult. There's no doubt that Downtown Streets Team's mission is extremely valuable and it benefits the most vulnerable, the homeless. And so, the city manager and the mayor had facilitated a meeting prior, I think last week with Mr. Byrd. And during that meeting, I have to say I came away pretty disappointed that there was just no way we can come up with a remedy in order to satisfy the due diligence that we, as the contractor, as the people who are employing, who's giving you this contract, is able to come up with some way to meet our fiduciary duty, especially when now the question of not only there's the complaints from the 11 women, and it's 11, it's a substantial number. But now I have to wonder, and I have to ask, how about the people that you're trying to help, that the Downtown Streets Team is trying to help? Excuse me. The organization, excuse me, I'll be back.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo. Councilmember Niss. I think you're on mute.
Yep. What makes the most sense to me at this point is to have a 1-year contract. And I will tell you why. We're still uneasy with what this says, where I can tell Owen is not comfortable with providing anything that's redacted, which makes me uncomfortable. I've told you that the Community Foundation occurrence is still very fresh in my mind. And it was one where people said, we actually we should have aired this several years ago. So again, I'm not unhappy with the work at all that the streets team is doing. I see them out a lot. This is a lifeline for the people who are fortunate enough to be chosen for this. And Eileen is very much behind all this. I've known her since this started. But that would be my recommendation at this time. And I would make a motion that we renew the contract at this point for 1 year.
Thanks, Councilmember Koo, Councilmember Niss. I know we haven't heard from council members. Phil, Seth, or Tanaka. If you have comments, please just hit your hands.
Are we going to wait for the motion?
That was the motion.
I think.
Oh, you want to see it on the board? Yes.
I didn't understand that was a motion. My apologies.
I will. Okay. I will second the motion. Actually.
Okay. Let's just. So, Councilmember Niss moved to authorize the city manager to execute the contract to provide cleaning services for a term of 1 year. Seconded by Vice Mayor Du Bois. Councilmember Niss, do you care to speak to this?
I think I've spoken to this pretty definitively. I see all the sides of it, but I think having a year to look at this and mull it over would probably be a good idea.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, first, I think that total amount should be divided by 3.
It should, yes. Thank you. I didn't pick that up. You're right. That's the 3-year contract.
Yeah, my thinking actually echoes Councilmember Niss's that, you know, again, I don't want to rush to judgment because of kind of things in the public, but we also have kind of multiple reports, multiple sources. I am kind of uneasy. I think a 1-year contract, you know, lets us kind of continue to monitor the situation and have some more time to think about where we go from here.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Filseth.
Well, it seems to me that there are kind of two questions here that we're sort of wrestling with. I mean, so first of all, you know, they're a supplier to us. They're not organizationally part of our organization, and so, you know, our span of management control and so forth is constrained. But I think we are. Yeah, it's certainly appropriate that we ask questions. Just the same as you know, you'd want to know that your overseas supplier supports fair labor practices too, right? Or not unconscionable ones, right? So it seems to me that there's 2 questions here. One is there a reason to believe that you know, there's some kind of problem with DST's practices and policies now? Okay, kind of an ongoing thing. That's one. And the other one is, you know, did something happen in the past that was so egregious that you know, those people shouldn't be there anymore? And, you know, I think Mr. Byrd has already answered this, but let me ask it sort of really directly. Mr. Byrd, did the investigation that you guys authorized turn up evidence that somebody in the past did something so bad that, you know, that they shouldn't be there anymore?
No, just the opposite.
Okay. So what we have is okay. So thank you. Right. That's kind of what I think I heard. So then let me ask about the first one. Do you folks sort of publish your policies and procedures and you know, and practices and so forth? Is there do you guys have that kind of stuff documented, and do we have access to that?
I'm not sure. I can't see why we wouldn't make that stuff accessible, you know, our HR manual and policy and all that sort of stuff. We don't publish it because we're not in the HR business. We're in the ending homelessness business.
Yeah, of course.
But you know, we have no problem documenting the quality of our HR operation.
Okay. Well, let me ask the city manager. Have we found? I mean, have we seen that kind of stuff?
I do not believe we have at this point.
Have we asked for it?
I believe we have, and perhaps I may ask our Chief People Officer, Remy Portillo, to confirm my recollection of the conversations we've had to date with Downtown Streets Management.
Yes, Mr. Byrd and I, this is Remy Portillo, Chief People Officer with Palo Alto. Mr. Byrd and I did have a conversation where we discussed the allegations and the request by the city for information. And we did talk about the interest in having a copy of the policies, or to see in what ways as an organization they have addressed practices and policies. And during our conversation, we didn't reach agreement to do that. There was some reluctance, mostly because I think, as I recall the conversation, Mr. Byrd's position is that any workplace practices are really out of the interest of their own organization to run a good business, and it was not directly related to the allegations. But hearing Mr. Byrd tonight, it sounds as if they are open to sharing.
I think, it's a little bit of a gray area, right? I mean, the one end of the spectrum is you don't want to find, you want to make sure your overseas supplier isn't using child labor or prison labor or something like that. I mean, that's sort of one end of the spectrum, right? And but at some level, some visibility, it seems like it would be a good thing for DST to provide. So I guess I would support, a shorter term extension. And I'd love for us to, I'd love in the spirit of transparency for us to be able to see that at the moment. And hopefully we'll renew a long-term contract a year from now. Thanks.
So why don't you add that in if you want? That's just what you suggested there, because the reason for extending it for a year is to have more information than we do. And if we were to have some of the, the HR materials, I would call them, that Ruby has just been talking about, that might provide some clarity for us.
And if I can just speak up about that, be happy to do so. Let's just be crystal clear about mission creep. We're willing to produce documents that document the quality of our HR operation, but we're not going to produce documents that are specific to this investigation.
No, I've heard that very clearly, and that's one of the parts that is troubling.
But I think that also gets to Councilmember Philseth's point about understanding the general outlines of the operation, but not every specific about it.
Yeah, I was more going towards the former, right? Right. I mean, I understand that the DST sort of feels sensitive about the specifics of this particular investigation.
Councilmember, yeah, if I might help, there's a clear line between policies, practices, procedures, governance rules, and investigative materials and personnel materials. And I think both the city and Downtown Streets will have no trouble at all understanding what documents fall on which side of that line.
Right.
5 minutes.
Okay. Well, I think both Rumi and Mr. Byrd know what we're talking about, but the suggestions we put in the motion that the DST supply Palo Alto with some of their governance, HR and governance practices materials.
It's not in the motion yet. If you'd like to amend that, please do.
Well, that's where I was going. Yeah.
Okay. So there's a proposed amendment for DST to supply Palo Alto with governance and HR materials. Is that
governance and HR practices materials?
Okay. Is that accepted by the maker?
Enthusiastically, yes.
And Mr. Vice Mayor, the seconder?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Thanks, Councilmember Philseth. Councilmember Koo.
Thank you, and my apologies. What was said about the administrative law judge that sexual harassment was found and it was a hostile workplace, that should be public record, right, Molly?
Sorry, I was having trouble with my unmute. I'm sorry, council member. I am not familiar with the proceedings that occurred, and I'm not sure any of us are. It might be that we are only reading materials in the local press, and those are not original sources. So I think at this point, the best source of information about the proceedings is Mr. Byrd. And in general, it is the case that courts are open forums, but some administrative agencies are not. It can depend on various stages of proceedings.
So would it be something that you can obtain from the courts, or wherever this resides?
If I'm understanding Mr. Byrd, there is no court case.
No, there is a court case. The court case is a wage and hour dispute having nothing to do with the allegations of harassment that were the subject of the press coverage.
Thank you for that clarification. So in that case, we can get copies of the public pleadings in that case, yes.
Okay, so that would be one if the maker and the vice and the seconder would be willing to put onto your motion.
And so, Councilmember, what you'd be looking for is for someone from my office to look at the public filings in that case and summarize the matter for council?
Or if Downtown Streets team would be willing to provide, you know, actually, I would actually, I take that back. I would like your office to provide that, to obtain that.
And then what you're looking for is a summary of a court proceeding.
Yes, I think we have a due diligence at this point, you know, to make sure that that we want to make sure that since we're not getting the report on the investigation, we want to make sure that, you know, this practice, that we find public records of what is available, since we're not able to ascertain. And I think that we have a duty to the due diligence, and we have the fiduciary responsibility, especially it's in our contract and also in our updated mission statement for the race and equity mission statement, which we say that we want to achieve the equity in Palo Alto and it's not just the responsibility of our residents, but it's also of the organization, governments, and other institutions. Now, this agency, while it has a very valuable mission, it is also for public. It's a supplier, as Councilmember Filsath said, but it also provides a public social good, and it is getting public money, general funds money. And if that's the case, then we as a council do need to step up and ensure transparency and accountability for everyone involved. That includes the employees, the 11 women, and it also includes the people that work over there, their members, which are a vulnerable population, and they might be scared to speak up if they are in any way harmed, fearing retaliation or anything else. So we need to have more due diligence in all of this matter. I wish that, you know, you could help out more in terms of providing the necessary documentation to see impartiality.
So Lydia, if I understand, if your motion is that we ask the city attorney's office to summarize this proceeding, I would support that.
Yeah, and there's no problem with us doing that. We're happy to do that. We might give Downtown Streets a call and ask them to assist us with copies of key pleadings and any court rulings. But otherwise, you know, we have access to that material because it's publicly filed in court, and we're happy to review it and provide a summary for you.
So, Ms. Dump, it's not only going to be requesting documentations from Downtown Streets team, but also obtaining those from the court.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember, do you want to make that as part of the motion, or just kind of an advisory to staff? Actually,
I'd like to make that as part of the motion because we're extending the contract for a year again, but there needs to be an ask. You know, we need to put in place what we want to see from them in order for us to be comfortable to extend further beyond that 1 year.
Okay. Does the proposed language here fit what you're looking for? To direct the city attorney's office to review and summarize legal documents relating to the ongoing lawsuit with Downtown Streets team?
Yeah, ongoing and concluded perhaps, because if I understand, this was a year ago, according to Mr. Byrd.
No, it's not concluded. It's going to mediation next month. It's a separate wage and hour dispute that is completely independent from what hit the press a year ago.
So Councilmember Koo, do you want to distinguish between those two or do both?
Yeah, I need to distinguish because there's the ongoing wage and hour, but then, we are specifically also looking to ensure that there is no sexual harassment or harassment otherwise going on. So if Ms. Stump, you could help with that.
Well, on that one, assuming that when we look, we agree with the description Mr. Byrd has provided, which is that there is a public lawsuit that concerns wage and hour issues that aren't related to harassment or discrimination, then I'm happy to review the public filings and summarize them for you. They won't have any information about discrimination or harassment, assuming that we agree with the description Mr. Byrd has provided. It sounds like the documents that Downtown Streets have that address those issues are internal, retained third-party investigation and internal documents. And those are not something that I am able to have access to unless Downtown Streets wishes to provide them.
They're the ones we've been asking for.
Right.
Okay, what I would suggest is direct the city attorney's office to review and summarize legal documents related to Downtown Streets. And I think we've discussed those.
Actually, can we keep it the way it is? Because I don't want there to be false expectations that I am able to review investigative reports that are not in the city's possession and are not being provided.
Understood. It's things in the public legal domain.
Correct.
Okay, Councilmember Koo, is that acceptable to you?
Yes.
Okay, so this is a proposed amendment. Councilmember Nist, do you accept this?
Yes, but I have one question. The ongoing wage and hour lawsuit, is that for those who are who have taken a job that essentially leads to rehabilitation, or is this people who work in the office, or who are the wage and hour folks that we're discussing?
Our staff, our employees.
So no one that we're used to seeing on a daily basis, right?
I'm not following you.
So no one that we would see as one of the Downtown Streets team.
So
there's an ongoing wage and hour lawsuit. It's about whether or not we've done the paperwork correctly to keep track of our hourly employees. It's an administrative inquiry. It's a dispute that's about record keeping. It has nothing to do with the other stuff that hit the press a year ago.
And
other than there's people involved in both.
I understand that, but I wanted to know who are the people who are the wage and hour hourly people.
Employees of Downtown Streets team, former employees, actually.
Okay. Well,
so that's accepted by Councilmember Nist,
yeah.
Vice Mayor Du Bois?
Yes.
Okay, that's accepted. Councilmember Koo, anything else to add here?
No, I do have a question though. Mr. Byrd had said that he also, the agency, Downtown Streets team also is governed by the district attorney, and they submit yearly or annual documentation in order, whatever it is that they have to submit. Is that of public record? What you submit to the district attorney?
We don't submit anything to the district attorney. I referenced the Attorney General's acting as the registrar of charitable trusts. It's just it's the way that California law is organized to vest authority in the board of directors of a nonprofit.
I see.
Okay.
That's it. I wanted to verify that statement that he had made.
Okay, thanks, Councilmember Koo. Seeing no other hands, I'm going to suggest we vote on this one. Anything else from staff? Okay, hearing nothing, voting down alphabetically, Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Niss,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I know this was tough, but it seems like we've reached some of a compromise that the city can continue working on over the next year. Mr. Byrd, thank you for joining us tonight. We appreciate it. Okay, just about right on schedule, 9:15. Let's please move on to item number 14, discussion and possible direction to staff regarding city participation in enforcement of state and county health orders. Mr. City Manager, take this one away.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Once again, this is an item that was just added to your agenda late and really over the weekend. So appreciate your indulgence. This has been quite a fluid topic. So let's go ahead and I'll try and go through a few slides quickly, lead up to discussion. Beat me to it. Thank you, Ms. Horrigan-Taylor. All right, next slide, please. Or first slide, really. All right, perhaps to just give a brief overview of the topic and what we'll discuss this evening, I did want to note that much of the discussion this evening will be about the current order and really orders, the state order followed by the county's acceleration of the order. With that said, we want to present a topic and talk about this in terms of the flexibility that we would hope to be able to achieve, and really, quite frankly, the need for flexibility on our part to reflect changes that may be happening in the directives as well as circumstances here in Palo Alto. We will review what's allowed under the new order from the state and local, state and county directives, and also discuss some what it means in terms of our involvement in enforcement, and also I have some opportunity for discussion of some related topics. Next slide, please. All right, first off, and at the risk of repeating a bit of what we covered earlier this evening, I would like to have this discussion, this presentation be standalone for members of the community that didn't pick up on the manager's comments or other discussions earlier on. But clearly we're at a critical point in the pandemic. The lack of intensive care unit capacity is a serious issue, such that it extends beyond those who may feel less than concerned about COVID-19 specifically. To reiterate the message from our county health officer and county leadership, that the lack of this ICU capacity means you may not receive the type of care that you're used to in terms of other traumatic needs, whether it be a heart attack or other needs that our stretched system would typically provide. Those are serious concerns at this point in terms of being able to meet other needs for acute care. Hospital staffing in particular is a specific concern in that typically counties may draw on each other, not unlike our own mutual aid system, as we have experienced with fire response, that in this case, the availability of staffing is a concern here in Santa Clara County, as well as in other counties, such that should the capacity be stretched even further, that help is not available and is a concern for us all. The message from our partners is it's critical that where there is discretionary response from the community, this is where we really need to lean on each other and do our part to stay home and only engage in essential activities. Travel outside the county is strongly discouraged, with a 14-day directive to self-isolate following any non-essential travel outside of the county. We've included on this slide some of the graphics, the visuals provided by the county, and that we will be in our own communications reusing much of these visuals, because it's important that we have common messaging and again, reinforcing our part of this larger county and regional system. Next slide, please. Now, in terms of what this means, noted stay at home, community orders, and really minimizing and avoiding any gathering outside of your own household. Again, gatherings not permitted, and with very limited exceptions for worship and First Amendment activities. Next slide, please. Some specifics, we discussed this earlier, again, using graphics that come from the County of Santa Clara, on-site dining at restaurants and a number of other food facilities are prohibited, closed, certainly indoor as well as outdoor. Limited service business such as grooming and landscapers also, again, closed indoors and outdoors. Amusement parks, smoking lounges, and the like, again, from a countywide perspective. There are some businesses that are open, which includes retail, shopping centers with limited capacity at 20%, essential infrastructure, healthcare facilities, and hotels that are open with specific limitations. Next slide, please. And then specifically here in Palo Alto, that we do have severely limited areas or businesses that are open, restaurants for takeout and delivery only, personal services such as salons that are closed, limited services are not available, such as the landscaping dog groomers, and construction is allowed with very limited, with restrictions. Grocery stores do have a higher level of occupancy allowed than other retail, 35% in this case. And then finally, as noted earlier, the California Avenue and University Avenues have now been reopened to vehicular traffic in order to facilitate both retail and restaurant access for pickup, delivery, and other short-term uses and in support of our retail businesses. Next slide, please. And then with the health order in effect, many other activities are closed indoors but open outdoors. They include gyms and some of fitness classes, recreational facilities, and swimming pools. Number of other businesses that are closed both indoors and outdoors. And let me be the first to point out that we are continuing to seek clarification on some of these items. I wouldn't be surprised if there are some refinements in the definitions as going from the macro to the specific on different types of businesses. We've seen some movement in clarifications of what's allowed and what's not allowed. Next slide, please. And once again here, as it applies specifically to Palo Alto, our pool is open, our outdoor pool with registration required to limit that capacity. Our museums are closed, indoor recreation classes have been closed, outdoor recreation classes, we're continuing to explore where continuation makes sense. The Palo Alto Arts Center is closed while our parks and open space preserves are open. Parks are open, but playgrounds are closed, including our Palo Alto Magical Bridge playground. Tennis, pickleball, basketball, athletic fields are open with your own household only. Personal services such as hair salons are closed. And then finally, fitness is allowed outdoor only with restrictions around social distancing, face coverings, and occupancy limits. Next slide, please. Phew. So with all of that, the topic for specific discussion this evening, and as much as anything else, wanting to make sure that the community is aware that the city of Palo Alto has been asked by the county of Santa Clara to engage directly in enforcement activities. The county is in the process of designing and really refining an administrative citation mechanism that could be used by all agencies to assist in the enforcement of health orders. And that is the topic we want to bring for your specific discussion and awareness this evening. Next slide, please. I think at this point, I'll hand it off to Kara Apple, who's specially assigned to the city manager's office and has really been assisting in fleshing out how best for the city to engage in these topic areas. So Ms. Apple, please take it from here.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, council members. With regards to the regional stay-at-home orders, and keeping in mind what Mr. Shikata just said about needing and perhaps we will see additional clarification this week on the orders. A couple things that I want to point out that are our top priority as we navigate these new orders. One of them in particular is to educate and ensure the metering systems are in place and that they are in accordance with the capacity limitations for indoor business activities, specifically retail and grocery stores. And we're going to continue to support and educate business sectors to ensure that we have compliance with the current local, the current regional order. Again, ensuring that restaurants are just takeout and delivery only, and seeking to help outdoor operations for gyms and fitness centers, for instance. Next slide. Looking forward, when the health orders are relaxed and we go into the traditional state tier system and the county of Santa Clara's risk reduction orders, when we look at compliance for business operations, couple things we have in mind are a cross-departmental team having assembled, so we'll have some subject matter experts and staff who have been particularly involved with Uplift Local and COVID health orders. And the intention is to have a phased compliance approach, continued outreach and education as always, and then schedule some inspections with to inspect business operations with this cross-departmental team. Next, we would look at doing formal warnings if there are areas that a business may be in non-compliance, and then scheduling follow-up inspections in order to help remedy and ensure that we're supporting those businesses so they can remedy any areas of non-compliance. And then one of the last resorts would be an administrative citation, and again, that is under works, and Chief Johnson, I think, is going to speak next about additional compliance with the police department handling.
Thank you, Kara. Good evening, council. Hopefully you can hear me okay. As you are aware, the Palo Alto Police Department's been engaged in this or been part of this equation really since the pandemic began back in March. Our role has been involved as far as call taking regarding complaints within the community. And as of March, at the beginning of March, we've taken in over 1,000 calls for service regarding health order violations. And we have personally had personnel respond to close to 600 calls. Without question, the top three call getters would be landscapers, construction projects, and recreation out in public. So those are our top three, but just for this council's awareness, a vast majority of those 1,000 calls did come in the first 3 months of this pandemic back in March, April, and May, and then they've subsided each month. And in the last 3 months, our average intake for health-related calls has been under 20. We anticipate with the new restrictions in place that most likely will start to go back up. We're in a position to handle that call volume if they do see the rise, and we'll respond as necessary. As Kara mentioned with the business approach, our approach is also relatively the same and has been the same. As you may remember, we put together 3 tiers as far as enforcement when this began, with education being the first, and preference is for us to go out, educate, and gain voluntary compliance with violations. We've done that several times, provided warnings on several occasions. If necessary, tier 2 would be going into a formal written violation, where it would be documented that the person was issued a written warning regarding the violation. And third would be, tier 3 would be actually filing a complaint against the individual or the business and going with the district attorney's route. It is our preference to stay in the early tier 1 as long as we possibly can. To Councilmember Niss's comments earlier this evening, you know, we do not want to be the messengers of this of bad news. We will do what we have to do to enforce the health order, but I really hate to see, you know, law enforcement being utilized to go out and clear gardeners or landscapers, or to check on construction projects if we can be prevented from doing that. But with all that said, we are here to serve this community in any way that this council provides direction and having us do so. But again, hopefully we can gain compliance throughout the community, realizing that now it's more important than ever to abide by the rules of this order. So with that, I will turn it back to you, City Manager.
Thank you, Chief. And then our last slide here, just to wrap, do want to open the floor for the council discussion after perhaps hearing from the members of the public. Did want to end on the opportunity to help, where while our discussion here started and was focused on our role in enforcement, we also recognize that certainly as it relates to businesses and the employees that the businesses represent, this is a tremendously devastating time. And again, as noted, just even over the last 5 days has really been a tremendous hit. And so our community and all of us do have the opportunity to connect with our businesses. We would point to our upliftlocal.org website that is a very valuable portal to local businesses, the opportunity to order takeout, the opportunity to visit online, and even place orders online in the case of many of the connected web pages for individual local businesses. So certainly want to encourage the community to use that site. And then finally, just to note that with our earlier discussion, Councilmember Niss raised the question of the ambassadors and how to engage people more broadly. That has certainly been a topic that I personally raised and that Supervisor Chavez, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, has made known that the county will be initiating this ambassador program, where they recognize that certainly the supervisors talking amongst ourselves, or even cities speaking with the county, is not a sufficient level of engagement that is really required to tackle this really tremendous challenge that we have, both with the immediate orders as well as in the longer term, getting through what we hope to be the logistics of a vaccination phase in the near term future. So the county has offered to take the responsibility for providing that programming, but ultimately it will be communities such as Palo Alto that will need to identify those ambassadors. And the best way for us to plug in with our community across sectors in order to ensure that we have the appropriate level of engagement, of ultimately buy-in on the programs going forward, so that we, the city, are not standing alone in enforcement, should that be necessary as our next phase and then the phases beyond. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I turn it back to you.
Thank you so much. Let's please go to the members of the public first who wish to speak on this item number 14, and then we'll come back to council.
Any members of the public that wish to speak on this item, the discussion and possible direction regarding city participation in the enforcement of state and county health orders? please raise your hand or dial *9 on your phone. Mayor Fine, I have no hands.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to lead off. I have a couple comments and maybe one question. First of all, really want to emphasize the seriousness of this. A few of us were on the call with Dr. Cody and county health officials this afternoon. And a couple notes from that call. So first of all, the county's health order, all counties except San Mateo, only accelerates the timetable for what the state would have imposed on us otherwise. And beyond that, we're still under the purple tier here in Santa Clara County, which has its own overlapping and sometimes additional requirements. With regards to a vaccine, the county expects slightly over 17,500 vaccines from Pfizer by the middle of December. And those priorities for delivery of the vaccine are determined by the federal government. And the county does have a vaccine task force, which I believe Councilmember Niss has joined to provide some advice on. Two things really stood out to me in today's call. One is, as I mentioned earlier, where Dr. Cody mentioned infections are going up like a rocket ship. And the second, and please correct me if I misheard this, that infections tripled from yesterday to today, from about 500 to 1,500. And so this is really serious stuff. A couple notes on the seriousness of this. One thing is you really are meant to remain within your own household, whether that's your family or your roommates. That is your bubble for now. No one else is part of it. In terms of schools, I understand there are innumerable questions there. That is a whole nother universe. And I'm sorry, we don't have all the answers there. Those are forthcoming from the state and the county. As the city manager mentioned, the economic impact to our local businesses is really enormous. So as fitting and possible, please do shop locally. The city has an Uplift Local program. Gift cards are a great idea to support businesses today where you may shop in the future. I guess my one question kind of touches on the administrative citations. So far we've mostly been doing educational prompts to folks, right? Saying, here's the rules, please do this. What would the other side of that spectrum look like? Would it look like ticketing of people who may be violating the health order? What's on the other end of that?
Yes, let me ask either Lieutenant Apple or Chief Johnson to respond on the particulars of that administrative site.
Yeah, either one. On the police department side, obviously we have the written warnings, which is equivalent to a citation, but it's non-criminal. It's just an official documentation of the incident. The admin site that the county is proposing could actually have fines imposed with it as well. And that's also a very official notification and complaint. Kara can probably speak to that as far as the businesses go. They're still in the process of developing that admin site, as the city manager mentioned, so it has not been formalized. The difference is for us to actually issue the admin site from the county health, they have to designate the individuals to actually have the authority to issue that citation. So what's being talked about is to have law enforcement agencies all designated under that umbrella. And that's still something that's under conversation. So we'll see where that takes us. But it does not mean that only police officers have to be the ones that issue those citations. It could be other people that are designated to do so.
Okay, thanks, Chief. That's really helpful. I guess just a broader question in your professional view and perspective, what do we need to do nowadays? I mean, if a number of myself and my fellow council members regularly receive text messages or emails saying, hey, I saw a group of adults playing soccer at the field. I saw a number of kids playing, lacrosse at the high school. A couple groups picnicking together, don't look like a household. What do we do, right? What's our best course of option here?
Yes, we do have a couple of options there. Most of the existing systems are set up around workplace or business place enforcement. And so the situations you just described, which are really call it transient, or here at the moment, but maybe gone the next moment, do get reported to the police department, and so people can continue to do that. I think the real solution is, as Councilmember Nis noted earlier tonight, finding ways to communicate directly in ways that don't start a fight are really the true order of business. And if we can find that, then we'll all be better off. Failing that, those items or those issues being reported to the police department, I believe Chief Johnson can elaborate, but basically would be responded to on a resource available basis. It won't be treated as an emergency, but if resources are available, then the police department does respond. And again, unfortunately, or perhaps just as a matter of fact, many of those, if not most of them, will be gone by the time an officer arrives on scene. But nonetheless, they will be treated with the appropriate level of response.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I know I'm a non-expert in this, but I think given the circumstances and that this pandemic has been ongoing in our community, for 8 months now, it may be time to up some of our sticks and think about things like written warnings. The admin citation, if we need the authority from the county, fine. But if we need to look at things like written warnings of folks, I think we may be in that time right now. Councilmember Nis. I think you're on mute.
One of the things I've noticed is that construction sites tend to be among those that are the least likely to always remember to have a mask on. And you know that I walk a lot with usually another group of women. And so we usually say something, and we don't just say it lightly. We just say, you guys, you all need your mask on if you're going to be at that site. And they usually will do it. But after a while, you feel like you should carry masks in your pocket, which probably isn't a bad idea, by the way. Hand them out. If I know at Pete's Coffee, if you don't have a mask, they'll say, we've got one for you, don't worry about it. So some of that is, you can provide whatever it is that's needed. The figure that you are looking for, Adrian, she said that that as of today, there were 1,450 cases, and that had actually, what she said, doubled since summer, but she also said yesterday they were 518. So that's pretty shocking. That is 3 times and so forth. So a couple of really specific questions though that I have, and I was looking at the slides that you and Kara put out. One is exercise. So I asked Jeff Smith the other day, because I like to walk a lot. What about walking? What about exercise? He was pretty clear that a mask and 6 feet apart was probably pretty safe if you were walking or maybe even jogging. I did notice though that the dish was closed this morning already. So this time they didn't discuss it for a long time. But do you understand that same thing about exercise?
That is our understanding, that exercise is encouraged, but not with many other households and maintaining social distancing.
Yeah, and having a mask on, right? And the question always is which mask, right? Which is the best one? So, I think everyone has a different choice. What about the parklets? However, I'm going to switch the topic. Are we saying the parklets will be left there, but there will be no furniture on the parklets?
I don't believe we've made any directive related to furniture. I think, quite frankly, businesses have decided to take those indoors rather than leave them out, since they're not using them on an ongoing basis. But to your initial question, yes, the parklets are remaining and hopefully will be reoccupied soon.
Okay. So, and when they're reoccupied soon, though, does that mean in the meantime, the cars just avoid them, right?
Well, in the meantime, they take up parking spaces, so those spaces are not available for parking. That's accurate, and so we're making arrangements and have asked businesses to give us feedback on loading areas, short-term parking areas that businesses will need.
So are we talking just one lane open or both lanes?
Both lanes, yes. So effectively, the ability to have two-way traffic will be restored.
And okay, I'm concerned that when we go back to the other way again, we may have another big discussion about that. I thought we were going to do some experimenting with one lane open, were we?
That was the discussion, but now that all of the in-street dining has basically closed down, it allows us to have two-way traffic on University Avenue and California Avenue and Ramona as well. So those the three streets that were in some way restricted, that will no longer be restricted as far as traffic, vehicular traffic goes.
So the headline is all of the streets will be two-way.
Yes.
Okay, because that's a big change.
Yes.
Okay, that is. What about farmers market? Back to where it was?
Farmers market will operate as it has previously. So again, the streets are shut to vehicular traffic on Sundays.
Right.
Or sorry, that's just California Avenue is closed to vehicle traffic on Sundays. I believe the downtown market doesn't really affect traffic. So that will also continue to operate as it has.
Okay, so thank you for letting me jump around here. Another big discussion in my neighborhood has been Christmas Tree Lane. And I saw that you had made a decision on it. I would mention that San Carlos has something very similar. And they decided that you could drive it only, there'd be no walking. So, but what you said to Christmas Tree Lane is no lights?
There's we'll say,
is that what I read?
No change in the city's streetlights. Annually, our staff, utility staff,
right,
have gone out to make them red. Yes, and we thought that would not be consistent with shelter or stay at home, in order to have the city participating at that level. So we won't be switching out the street lights. It does allow the residents on Christmas Tree Lane to go ahead and do their own decorating, but I understand that there are some follow-up conversations that are happening among residents as to the level of decoration that they will be conducting.
So if we see lots of groups congregating on that street, what would you suggest? Because that's a really busy street.
Yeah, so we're hoping that our participation or lack of participation limits or doesn't increase the level of pedestrian activity that would be happening. I know that the organizers of Christmas Tree Lane were also encouraging any people that wanted to see the decorations to do so by car rather than on foot as well. But we have not gone so far as to attempt any regulatory restriction on the ability of pedestrians to be on the street. We believe, quite frankly, that might be problematic for us to enforce, or basically we would not enforce it. And as such, would simply rely on social awareness to avoid walking along Christmas Tree Lane and simply encourage people to do so in vehicles.
So Monique, I see you, but I can't just let that one go because that's a street I know well. I think that is one where you really may want to discourage the walking even more vigorously after watching Sarah. You know, for those of us who watched Sarah with those eyes that looked as though, you know, we were having the true pandemic. We are. It really left me very sobered. So I think there may be times when we can hang back, when we do have to do more than we would like to do.
I would note, Councilmember, and thank you for your questions. We do have a representative from the organizers of Christmas Tree Lane in our audience currently. So if you had any questions, and I actually
out there in the
you raised her hand, Leslie Berlin from the Christmas Tree Lane organization. So if you wanted to ask any questions, or perhaps Ms. Berlin wanted to also comment to the council at the mayor's.
Please, Ms. Berlin.
Hi, this is Leslie Berlin. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Absolutely.
Okay, super. Nice to meet you. Yeah, I'm the volunteer chair of Christmas Tree Lane this year. This is our 80th year lighting up the street. And I just wanted to be here to answer any questions you had, to let you know that I have been in direct email communication with Dr. Sarah Cody specifically on the question of how we can do Christmas Tree Lane in a safe way. And she has, she's bringing that question and has brought that question to her team that helps with the applications of orders in various scenarios. So we're waiting to hear back from her. And I just want to let you know that we are 100% committed to the safety of our town, our community, our first responders, and our health leaders. And so we're waiting for her guidance. We have a set of plans that we had already put together in which we encourage car traffic over foot traffic, social distancing of 6 feet, masks required. And we've also together committed to paying for signs that'll go on the sidewalks. As you can imagine, there are 2 sidewalks, one on either side of the street, that will indicate that foot traffic is one way on each side of the street to try to avoid people crossing.
Great idea. That's a good idea.
Well, thank you. That said, we all feel like we would love the guidance of someone whose job is to think these things through. And we've been very fortunate that Dr. Cody has said that this is something she's looking into. And we're hoping to hear back soon. And also, I just want to take the chance to thank the city for the support that we've experienced. Mr. Shikata has been incredibly responsive as we've tried to figure this out, because we want everyone to be safe. And we also think it would be wonderful in this incredibly dark time if we could provide a little bit of light and just one thing that could feel safe to people to drive by and see the decorations they've been seeing for decades. But again, we're waiting for guidance, and we'll follow that guidance once we receive it. To the extent we can. I need to add, we're individual homeowners. You know, I'm volunteering, as we have a committee of about a dozen of us who've just been, as you can imagine, trying to figure this out. It's been an incredible moving target. It's a cooperative effort to line the street with the little trees, but each individual ultimately makes that decision about what to light up, whether to light up their own homes, whether to pull out their own decorations. So we're doing the best we can, though, of course, ultimately it comes down to these individual decisions on our part. And we're hoping also, you know, the community will continue to show the sort of responsibility that it seems like most of us have throughout. And we're expecting most of our traffic to be in cars. And traditionally, other than Christmas Eve, sometimes the 23rd, the foot traffic has never really been sort of horrible any year. But this year, I think especially, people are going to be very, very careful. That's our hope. Anyway, I'm here to answer your questions. I think I've told you everything I can, but
Single lanes, though, are a great idea because our neighborhood is starting to fill up. Santa Rita and so forth is starting to fill up with those same trees. So people are out walking around looking at other neighborhoods and theirs. So a one-way indicator is such a good idea.
thank you. That was our friend Bob Harrington, who I think many of you know.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Berlin. Thank you, Councilmember Niss. And thanks to all of our Palo Alto neighbors who bring a little bit of cheer each year. Just a quick comment. I did hear from somebody at Stanford that the dish was closed because of a red flag warning, wind and wildfire risk, not due to COVID. And they'll be reevaluating that as.
That's a relief.
Yeah, but they'll reevaluate as the health orders and wildfire risk progress. So could change.
But they've done the same thing that Christmas Tree Lane did. They're one way. So as soon as you get to the loop, it's one way. You can only go counterclockwise.
Okay, thanks. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, I think we've covered a lot of it. I was on the weekend call with the county, as was Councilmember Niss. And again, the ask there was for up to 10% of our public safety staff to get involved in enforcement. And there was a lot of talk about using fire as well as police. And I wondered if there's been much discussion on our staff about doing that, particularly maybe early on with warnings and things. Would we get our fire department involved?
We've had some discussion of that, and I think we really wanted to look at what is the nature of the interaction that would be appropriate for different types of staff to get involved. As noted, if it's a social, let's say, as you see someone playing sports on a field, to identify the right type of guidance to our own staff as to how to interact with that type of situation, as well as whether it's a business place, workplace, that again, we could provide sufficient guidance for the staff to interact in a way that's productive and not putting either the individuals or staff in an inappropriate circumstance.
Okay, so I hear what you said. Is the fire department going to do anything if they're out?
I don't know that we've drawn the fire yet into being able to intercede with a soccer game. So Kara, you could perhaps chime in as to how specific we've gotten at this point.
Yeah, the fire department would be a part of that cross-departmental team. So we'd have myself in the city manager's office, a representative from fire, planning, and public works when we're looking at some of the business-related compliance issues.
Okay, but those wouldn't be just if somebody's driving around and sees something, they're not going to stop and say something. Is that right? If somebody in the fire department or public works, even if they're driving by and they see a gardener or something, or have we thought about maybe just, kind of low key, low pressure warnings, maybe you put something on the windshield. Yeah, I'm not really clear how this cross-functional team is going to operate.
So it'll operate more when we are looking at when outdoor business operations resume, capacity issues, weatherization guidelines. That's where that team would function collaboratively. With regards to some of the other issues and the social issues, we haven't gotten that far, and I think time will tell as we get into this new set of health orders and how people respond to the statement that there's no bubbles anymore. It's just your family. So I was down and around town the last couple of days, and it's pretty quiet there. It's pretty sad.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's a lot of fatigue that's been going on, but it's as serious as it's ever been. And we really need to get the word out and to set an example, I think. Part of the county's order, I think, is the need to count people and make sure there's, only so many people within the building, right? And, I'd love to see us, again, use our public safety people to make sure to get that word out, right? And that, I see a lot of our businesses are doing that. They have maybe somebody stationed at the door, but not all of them. I think the mayor was talking about the number of vaccines for the state. The update for the county was disappointingly small. And the initial amount won't be even enough for our medical professionals. So it could be quite a long time for, us normal people to get vaccines. And I think we need to operate under that assumption.
Yeah. Sorry, just jumping in. I think the number I had was 17,550.
That's
December 15th for the
right.
county. That's
Nothing
just the county. And yeah, they absolutely acknowledge they need a lot more.
Yeah, 17,000 for all of Santa Clara County. So that's not even enough for nurses and doctors. The last bit about, holiday activities, Christmas lights, etc. Again, it's not like Christmas Tree Lane is kind of doing the right thing. Obviously, other people put up lights. And so, I agree with Councilmember Niss that if we have some places where we think people could be gathering on foot, again, just to get the word out, it might be good to send some friendly people over there to remind people. But I think there are a lot of things being set up for cars. I just looked during the meeting. So Vasona Lake, it was for the county park in Los Gatos, has a big display. It's entirely car oriented. And so again, I don't think, far from it, we have a decorating contest going on in Palo Alto. We're not telling people don't decorate, don't put up your lights, but it's probably safest if you cruise by in your car and take a look and don't hang out there.
5 minutes.
Yeah, and just last comment again, Ed. I heard, and I totally understand why. That again, it sounds like we don't really want to get too active with kind of groups of people gathering, and you said it might be problematic. I guess under the county order, people still have the right to protest. And so really kind of, again, if we can, I know you guys are going to do this, you're all professionals, but, give people polite warnings. I think we could probably tell the difference between a protest and a bunch of people getting together for fun. But again, it's just, this is very serious right now. The hospital bed capacity is particularly worrisome. So I hope we can just do a little bit of a push to get the word out. And so thanks.
Will do. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor.
Thanks, Vice Mayor Du Bois. Back to council. Any other hands? Councilmember Tanaka, then Ku. I think you're on mute, Councilmember.
Oh, I hate that. Sorry about that. Yeah, thank you for the update. It sounds like a very serious issue. The numbers are very alarming. Makes me almost think that maybe we should have, as a nation, we probably should have had one very stringent short lockdown versus like this protracted lockdown that's going on right now. But anyways, it is what it is. Can staff talk about like some maid services? So does that mean that maid service to people's houses or gardening service, is that still okay? Or what's the word on that?
Don't know if anyone on staff has specific information on that. It hasn't hit my radar screen.
It hasn't come up specifically with that sector, business sector. However, I think it would come back to that you're only supposed to be around members of your own household. Okay. That might be a point of clarification that we see in the week if a family member should clear their house. But again, the people coming in to clean should only be around one household.
Okay. And what about gardeners? Because that's outside. Does that matter?
I think as long as they are not around other people that are not, from their household, it's fine. And again, these specific business sectors have not been, there's not distinctions They're just the big grouping of orders that people have to follow. And so there's a lot of questions and inquiry into the county, and we're hoping for some clarification.
Okay. I know that some of those things came up last time around. So I think having good communication about what are the rules, because it gets very confusing. And speaking about the rules, I think that's one of the challenges, is that the rules keep changing. And so it's hard to know exactly what the rules are, even as a city council member, right? Even as a city, it's very hard because they keep changing, it's evolving, and they have to, right? Because this is a dynamic situation. So how much, there's on the slides or talk about, perhaps having fines, but how much were you guys thinking about in terms of fines?
The administrative citation level is being set by the county. And yes, Lieutenant Apple, do you have information on what dollar?
The fines for businesses has been defined from 1,000 up to 5,000. For individual people, there hasn't been a determination of that yet.
Okay, so, right now a lot of businesses are suffering, as we all know. It's pretty devastating. A lot of businesses will not reopen ever again. But it seems that same could be said to a lot of individuals, right? A lot of people are unemployed, or their spouse lost their job, or they took a pay cut. So I think we should tread really lightly here in terms of, I'm not a big advocate of making people feel even more financial hurt than they already are, because I think a lot of people are. And so on one hand, I think we want to make sure that we are helping in the pandemic, which means that the rules are being enforced. But on the other hand, I think really draconian financial fines are challenging. Now, the question is, well, then what is the stick? How do we do it? So I think we're fortunate in our community that I think most in our community are very well educated and very conscientious about what we're trying to do. So, but I think a lot of things that the rules are confusing, right? It's not clear what the rules are. It's maybe sometimes even contradictory. You hear a lot of stuff through the rumor mill. So I think we should just go heavy on the education, communication, but really light on the fines, because I don't think that when you're kicking someone when they're down already, it's not the right thing that we should be doing. In fact, I would almost want to see something where, like, there might be cases when we do need to have fines, but I would want to have it used very sparingly, and perhaps even something that gets some sort of review. So because there might be a good reason, or maybe the person didn't know, or the rules changed. I don't know, but I just think it has to be. It can't be just like, surprise, here's a $5,000 fine. It can't be like that. And so when does someone get a fine, like for a business? Like, is it the first time, or what happens? How does someone get a $5,000 fine?
So, here in Palo Alto, we do a lot of education and a lot of coaching. And to your point of kind of getting together as a cross-departmental group as we address these things, we have not fined anyone. We have just most recently sent out a couple letters to businesses, just a formal documentation and request to come into compliance. That's the extent that we've gotten. And I think going forward, the model that we're looking at and considering is the follow-up piece with the businesses in particular. We can coach after the fact when we hear about something, but we think it would be a good idea to go out with the cross-departmental team, take a look at everything that the business is doing, and then go back and do the coaching and document it so that we can follow up and ensure compliance. Because the goal is to get everyone following within the health orders, and for businesses to operate to the extent the health orders will allow them.
And I think for a lot of small business owners, the situation is that a lot of them aren't getting paid, or they're negative. They're actually paying money every month to try to keep things going. And so, so when the business gets cut off, it's like even more debt that they're feeling. So I think that's the situation. So it's, I think I know just talking to some, I talk to businesses every week, and I mean, a lot of people are feeling very desperate. I mean, a lot of despair out there. So people, when they're desperate and feeling a lot of despair, they will do a lot of things that perhaps they shouldn't. But I think, yeah, I think we just have to keep that in mind, and conscientious about trying to help people when we're going through this really difficult situation. Like, typically this time of year is supposed to be one of the best times for retail, but probably not this year. Maybe for online, but not for physical retail. So I think that's, yeah, I think that's something that we have to be very careful on. Thanks. Sorry, go ahead. I think you're muted.
Oh, yeah, Kara, you're muted.
Sorry. I just might add one thing, for
Apple, I'm sorry to interrupt. I think we only have 3 members on video.
Oh, okay.
We actually don't have a quorum at the moment. There we go. 2 jump right back in. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, we're here.
I would just point out, and probably to answer your question a little bit more specifically, Councilmember Tanaka, I think something that would result in a fine, if we were in the situation where a covered parklet could only have one side, and they continuously and repeatedly had 2-3 sides down, which causes a public health problem. That's the situation where we would probably go towards the administrative citation. But most things are corrected with coaching.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo.
So first I wanted to say thanks to Ms. Berlin and also all the homeowners, to continue the effort, bring light into people's life and offering something fun to do and lovely to look at. But I was wondering, so when we're talking about the one-way, it's on the sidewalks, is also for the automobiles that are driving through that street also going to be going one way? And is there a circulation plan that is thought of and that is encouraged?
Hi, I thought I'd show my face this time. So we have not needed to do that in the past and don't anticipate needing to do it this year. There's no parking on Fulton Street during those 2 weeks, and so there's plenty of room for the cars to be going 2 ways.
Okay. I was just wondering if, because there's probably going to be a lot more cars coming through, and so getting out of the neighborhood, and I know the other way is to get out through, I think it goes out to main thoroughfare. But thank you for doing that. The other thing was I was wondering if you've, so not Ms. Berlin, but more to staff, have you thought about, has Office of Emergency Services considered asking the emergency services volunteers specifically more towards the certs to help out in the checking, walking around, making sure that people are adhering, or even helping with accounting within the building?
Let's see. I don't know if Chief Duker is with us this evening. He might not have been able to join us. We have had some discussion of their involvement with communication, and they've alerted us to other issues such as concerns about not wearing, individuals in the public not wearing masks. We have not talked about them getting involved with the enforcement piece of this, and perhaps, well, let me just stop there and see where your questions might be.
Or maybe just eyes and ears, not so much enforcement, and then have report back to the professionals.
Yes, they have already been acting in that capacity, so we would certainly see that continuing, where common issues of concerns are raised to the attention of our departments.
Another thing I wanted to find out is, the county has their site where you can report complaints specific for businesses. I was wondering if on the posters that have been printed previously, could there be an additional sticker with the address or how to contact the complaint office at the district attorney's office? So it's right there at their window, and people can, if they see too many people in there, they can refer it back to the county. Is that still, that's still okay to report to them and not report back to our own department, right?
Yes, I think we can certainly continue to do that. I think as a practical matter, the county has basically told us that they're reaching their own capacity to be able to process those types of concerns, but the channel still exists. And I do think it's appropriate for us to continue to use that, if for no other reason than to be aware and ensure that the county is aware of the concerns that are being raised.
But the whole thing, what I'm asking for is for the information of where to call, where to report it, to be posted pretty noticeable. Yeah, permanently.
Right,
Thank you.
We'll continue to do that. And, based on feedback from the county, if they ask us to modify that channel at all, then we'll reflect that as well.
Okay, well, thank you so much. And thank you for all your work on this, Ms. Apple, your office, Ed, Chief Johnson and Chief Blackshire, everybody. Thank you.
Whoever thought you'd be doing a pandemic, right?
Yeah, definitely echo Councilmember Ku's comments. Thank you all for service above and beyond. Any other comments, questions, my colleagues?
So who is going to, at this point, kind of pull all this together?
Well, certainly, I'm your accountability here. So absolutely, my office, and we'll continue to work with the police department. Lieutenant Apple has been extraordinary in coordinating. Let me just read back what I think I heard, and just my general sense of it. The specifics, certainly staff has been tracking. But the feedback tonight, I think, is really helpful to us to reinforce both the appreciation for the seriousness of the situation and the need for the city to be engaged, while also need to be careful about how we engage when it comes specifically to enforcement. I will continue to work with our departments to ensure that we're providing the eyes and ears and mouths as necessary to help with the education piece of it, while also being very sensitive to when and how enforcement comes into play. I think your comments really echo and amplify the same concerns that our staff has had, that getting involved at the enforcement level is something that we're very apprehensive about, so want to approach very carefully. So perhaps the team that Lieutenant Apple pointed out, or some version of teams, would be the limit of our enforcement activities, so that we can be very careful to ensure that our enforcement is done consistently and with very measured resources, so that we're not, let's say, overdoing it when it comes to enforcement, but are overdoing it when it comes to communication. So we'll approach it from that perspective and take our next steps accordingly. And we really appreciate the opportunity to talk about this with the council, because as we've said, this has really played out and escalated extraordinarily in the last 5 days. And so given that, we do want and appreciate your feedback and the flexibility that you're entrusting us with, and recognize the responsibility that comes accordingly.
Okay, thank you all. Thanks to our members of the public. Thanks to my colleagues. Thank you very, very much to staff in the city and of the county. We really appreciate you all keeping us safe and helping us move forward. Okay, that ends item number 14. our last action item for the night. So we move on to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Please hit your hand if there's anything you wish to share. Councilmember Niss.
So I will share what the Cities Association did on Friday night, which was as close as you can get to a holiday party when you're in the middle of a pandemic. But Eric was there, Gur Stone, anybody else that I missed? Oh, Ed, of course, was there. And it was lots of fun, actually. And some of us stayed on and chatted long afterward because, you know, a lot of us won't see each other anymore. So I was very honored to get an award, their champion award for the work that we've done in this part of the county on the virus, which was good. You know, it's nice to be acknowledged, isn't it, once in a while? You forget that, but it is. So I thought it was fun. Eric, what did you think?
I thought it was fun. Their video was hilarious.
It was. It was very funny. They did a good job. So that's Andy Jordan, who's you know, the head of that group. Anyhow, anybody going to any good parties?
No. But I know I'm sorry I wasn't there, Liz, but I know your award was well deserved and earned.
Thank you. But it really was an honor to get it. So I actually have gotten an invitation to somebody's party who's an ex-council member, and I was really shocked by it. So I sent regrets, but I thought, isn't that interesting that right in our own backyard, there are some parties going on? Doesn't make any sense to me, but.
If you drop a dime on them, we could go in force. But sorry.
They live in Mountain View. Yeah, we're safe.
Well, we know them. We know people there too.
Yeah.
All right. So I have one other question. If a person needs to go from one place to another and they don't want to drive or they can't drive or whatever, how do we feel about people taking Uber, Lyft, whatever? We may not have an answer to that. I don't see Kara on anymore, but I think we should have answers to questions like that. Avenidas used to have their volunteers who drove people. I don't think that exists anymore.
Don't quote me on it, but I think I read the order that those ride share and transportation services are still allowed, but for essential activities.
Such as somebody needs to go to the doctor, right?
Yeah, I think so. I should review it afterwards.
We have to admit there are some inconsistencies, right? There's 20% allowed at the Stanford Shopping Mall, for example.
Yeah.
Well, and I think it's interesting that if you go to church, you can gather, 100 people at once?
Yeah.
I think that's the rule. It's quite a few.
Okay. Well, seeing no other hands, it's 10:24. I think we'll adjourn this meeting and just want to adjourn it in the hope that everybody stays healthy, safe, and sane. So wishing you all well. Thank you so much.
It's pretty early.
If you want to add another item, Liz, we can do that.
And just tell us, what's your backdrop today?
Well, that's Lake Baranda. That's at Foothills. We were up there last week.
So that's another shot of it. That's a good one.
It's from the island side, I think.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, it's pretty.
Cool. All right. Everyone have a good night. Thank you so much.
Good night, everyone.
Night.